Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. And I'm not kidding, it really is. This is it, guys. Celebrate. It's the beginning of the end of superstitions and stupidity and non-scientific assertions by people who aren't fans of logic. Where I find the Bible is a fan of logic. And I'm very hopeful for the end of that. And my favorite science guy in the side chat, peace and respect, Harple Blues. Oh, wow, my favorite Australian has shown up, peace and respect, Sammy, at 420 Atheist, Anti-Theist, I don't know how to say that double S sign thing. I'm not even sure that's in a real language. You made that up. Feel free to hit the link, guys. It's in the top of the side chat, as you can see. I just pointed at my monitor screen as if that meant something to you. It obviously would not. But to me it means it's right there, I swear. That's it. Alright. So, hopefully some people will come in and we'll have a gay old time. A big time. A fun time. Peace and respect to Cryptomeria. How are you? I don't get to talk to you near enough. But until then, I'm going to do this. First, I guess it wouldn't hurt if I told you what this is. Okay, so this is, you've probably heard, there are claims of literal translations of the Bible. I've never seen one. In fact, they claimed that, and when all these ideas first came to me back in 2012, I started like looking at the words and seeing what was there, and I found out that all the translations of the Bible are church translations. They're like in keeping with a way that a church already thought about it. They already thought about it a certain way before they published their own Bible. And of course, in the modern world, for the past several years, probably something around 100 years, George probably knows the answer to that question, how long have we had copyright law? So, if you want to make a profit off of something, you've got to change it. Well, guess what? These churches print out the NIV, the Jehovah Witness Bible, all this stuff. They make money on that. So by law, they have to change it. And what was the last warning in the Bible? Don't change this. Don't leave something out. Don't add something. So I looked for a literal translation. You know there ain't one. There really, really ain't one. So I'll probably never get it finished on this earth. I'll probably die of old age. Because, man, it's a bunch of work. I need a crew of like 100 people who aren't locked into a religion to help me do this work. But I'm not going to get that. I might as well just face that. That's not going to happen. But I started it, and maybe some people would see this and go, hey, you know what? I don't have to dismiss the Bible based on Christianity. I don't have to judge it through a Christian lens. Maybe I could just look at it for what it actually flippin' says and see if that makes sense in reality. And because, to quote Matt Dillahunty, I want to know, and this would be a good reason to, you know, look at this in a new light. I want to know as few false things as possible, as many true things as possible. I reversed it, forgive me. Still holds. And if this is true in reality, that would be good stuff to have. Yeah, actually, Sammy, I'm going back to do this. I'm going back to the Masoretic and the Greek Lex through Strong's and Jacinius. And I'm actually at an advantage over what is most normally read the King James, I'm at an advantage over those scholars because communication has become easier over time. There's more documentation of people in a natural speaking. Thank you, peace and respect, brother Math Pig. In that natural speaking language, able to translate for us words they did not know. So when you go through the King James and say the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance of the King James, you'll find words like the Hebrew or Greek word is there, the Aramaic word is there, it's not translated. Because, well, they didn't know what it meant. So it just didn't appear in the King James. Feel free to hit the link, anyone and everyone. Math Pig, I don't even know what time of day it is. A few hours before they're in front of me. It's like 10 o'clock at night. Feel free to hit the link. You're not at work. If you're not busy with the lady and you're not busy with the girl, etc. Okay, so I'm gonna read some of this to you, and with any luck, okay, I know it's a little bit chunky. I know it. But I wanted to put in as few English words as possible and just do like a word-for-word translation as close as I could to it, paying a special attention to the etymology of the words and the way that they're being used. And that's what I mean by a literal translation. The opening of the Bible, the first book of drawing out. That's what Moses means, man. It means drawing out. Oh, we have someone. Let me have someone in. Oh, look who it is. What's up, gorgeous? Speak
Hello.
to me and be heard.
How are you?
I'm very well, very well. You look healthy. How is
Oh,
life?
thank you. It's good. I can't complain.
Right.
We should never complain, really.
Do you have at least one person that has professed they love you?
Yes.
Recently? Last few months
Yes.
or something? You do?
Like yesterday.
Oh, you're doing a good job, man.
Oh, thanks.
You're obviously doing a good job if someone professed their love for you. Good for you.
That's
Good for them.
that's a brilliant way to look at it, you know.
Yeah. I know. That's why I chose to adopt that.
Yeah. I'm gonna post in our. It'll have to be the private one because I'm on my phone.
Okay.
This is one of my favorite tools to use.
Uh-huh.
Because it ironically or almost unironically debunks their own Bible, but they've still left it up on their site.
Well,
and
that's
I actually
an interesting decision.
Yeah, so it's apparently, and I'd be interested to see your take, a just word for word translation. So there's no interpretation apparently in it, and it often doesn't make sense in English, but they just left it word for word translated. And
Wow.
what I do is you look through their Bible and you can actually see all the parts they've changed because they've left that original translation there for you to go and check.
Right.
And then you're like, this says, that Jesus said this, but you've changed it in your Bible that Jehovah said this, which is a completely different thing. So, but you've left that there so we can go and check and see that you've done it. It's really bizarre.
You've lied. You've lied, and you've knowingly lied. You know you did.
Yeah, exactly. Because you had to fit your narrative.
Yep. All to because of commitment to doctrine instead of what it actually reads. Well, you're just telling me what I just said. I mean, I can't argue you. I know you're right about that. They did it.
Yeah. But if you click on that link, I think it starts at Matthew there. It's interesting. You can see that translated word for word like that.
Yeah.
It within seconds, you can see the Bible falls away, like the traditional Christian view, gone instantly.
I know how to do this.
You can see how much we've had to interpolate and translate to get to where they are now compared to just the word for word translation. Imagine if they were reading this in churches.
Oh, this is only New Testament. Shucks.
They've only done the Greek. Yeah, apparently the Aramaic and Hebrew is really, really difficult.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing it.
Yeah, but at least here's half the Bible done for you, even though it's only the second half.
Yeah.
But you can see Book of Origin of Jesus Christ. Jacob but generated the Judah and the brothers of him. See, so different. Like what does the Bible say?
Yeah.
Abraham begat and this and that.
Yeah, it says begat. Yeah.
This is more. It's more specifically should be translated generated.
Yes, that's probably that's better. The Isaac, not Isaac.
The Isaac, yes.
See these. Okay, now look at this line 2 right there. Right, Abraham generated the Isaac. Isaac, but generated the Jacob. Okay, and these Hebrew words. And if you look up the Greek, it's rooted in the Hebrew Abraham, right? And it means the father of all. So what we should be reading, this is an incomplete translation because it doesn't go into the etymology and the meanings of these Hebrew words. So this is actually falling short in my opinion. I would have translated this, the father of all generated the.
Yeah. So, see, I think it actually there needs to be 2 layers. Because there does need to be this word for word direct translation. But then we need to take our translation and go into the etymology. So instead of that just the Abraham, we then have to go the next level, which is the father. And we should have Abraham down the bottom in the light. And then the etymology above, just like this, like another interlinear, but the next level.
That would be a great tool for transitioning people's brains
out of the Christianity doctrine. Yeah. Absolutely,
yeah. It would show them why it's wrong and allow them to think of it in a new way. For instance, the word Jacob, right, which is here written Jacob. But it's a Hebrew word, Jacob. And Jacob means the supplanter. So it's someone who by your measure, should not be in that position, but they supplanted the one who should be in that position, and they took it. And Jacob, of course, becomes named Israel, him who wrestles with God. So that total idea there is... which is why he supplants the angel, because he's the supplanter. That he should wrestle with God and lose, but he wins. You see?
Yeah.
And it's just like not there in the text.
No. And it's almost, if you think about it, the text is saying, this is what we mean by these names. Like they literally say, he became Israel because he wrestled with God, the Father. Yeah,
right.
So they even put it there, but Christianity ignores that whole part of the text.
Yep.
And goes, oh, it's just his name. His name was Israel. His name was Jacob.
Right.
No, It's like, no, it's telling
Okay,
you a message.
so here's a mental cue for anyone reading the Bible. When it says something like, because she laughed, and that doesn't make sense to you, it's because you don't understand the story.
Yeah.
And when it says because he wrestled with God, and that doesn't make sense to you, it's because you don't understand the story. That's why. It's because you're missing context. That's why those reiterations of the definitions of names are not making sense to you. So that's something in the Bible that is declared in the translation into the English, into the King James, etc., and you can tell your church is teaching you wrong because that doesn't make sense. It's not there as a declaration, guys.
And it's fascinating too when I would ask, like I'd go to depending on whatever faith I was looking at the time.
Hey, cut the guy some slack. He's in Australia, for goodness sakes. Like, we are... Like, if I point perfectly down right now, I'm pointing at Sammy. So he's some distance from here. In hopes that he comes back. I'm sure he'll just speak when he gets back. Understanding that if I'm changing this or leaving something out or adding anything in any way, according to the text, which I do believe is true, I am risking my eternal spirit and my time in heaven to do so. Okay, so that's how serious this is to me. This is like eternally serious. So please understand that I have done my best here. Okay? The first book of drawing out. In other words, the first book that starts to describe how we leave the planet. Okay? In the beginning of what concerns you. That means from your context, from your point of view, where you are right now reading this, i.e. on the earth. Powerful angels reformed the sky and the planet. Well, let's look at the science. Was the earth always in this state? No. No, it was not. It changed over time. The previous state that it was in, did that have sky and planet? Well, it depends on how far back you go. You go far back enough, there wasn't sky. There wasn't. There was just rock and stuff. A barren, indistinct, lifeless planet. Which is the next claim. The planet was without geographic area distinctions, such as lakes, rivers, erosion, deltas, all this kind of thing, and void of life. Is dead. And no atmosphere to refract light. So darkness was upon the face of the deep. You can notice in the moon landing that there's no general lighting. You don't see an illuminated atmosphere because it's so darn tiny. You can't even notice it against the ground. Okay? So everything, they're like standing in outer space, standing on a stellar body. If you can even imagine what that means. Yeah, they're on the moon, but their bodies are in outer space. It's not in an atmosphere. So there's no refraction of light except for that little dusting on the ground there. Which is why everything is so contrasted in those photographs. That, there's a little bit of light reflecting off other parts of the moon to illuminate their unilluminated side. But there's not general lighting like the way you see me right now because there's atmosphere in this room right now. You just don't experience that on a planet that has no way to refract light, has no atmosphere. So yes, darkness is upon the face of the deep, and it's right there looking at you. It's essentially blackness. And powerful angels said, "Let there be refraction of light," i.e. an atmosphere. And Christians will argue, well, you know, it's an atmosphere, because the rest of the chains and how they make sense. That that the rest of the chain is how the planet was changed. That's the rest of the 6 days there. I'm sorry, 5 days there. Is what they did to change the planet. Okay? And there was light on the earth due to the atmosphere. Well, yeah, that's what makes a place illuminated. I mean, other than just like real bright surface. Got anything? Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry, when someone rings, it just kicks me even if I don't answer. It's ridiculous.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, well, I didn't invent the phone. So,
no.
Neither did you. It's not your fault.
I'm pretty sure Graham Bell didn't have any clue that those sort of issues would be a problem when he came up with it. Yeah. So what part of the text is this?
This is Genesis.
It's Genesis.
Oh, so this is Genesis 1, right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, I hate my own voice, and I'm hearing it through your... I'm going to try to speak quieter.
Oh, sorry.
Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, I'll just speak quieter. So this is Genesis 1:5, right after atmosphere was put on the planet. 1:4. Angels saw the light as good, and angels divided the light from the darkness by terms. Okay,
So,
and I'm about to tell you what the terms are.
interesting. Angels, not God.
Yeah, a group of powerful beings, the Elohim, which is plural of the word Eloach, which is a Hebrew word meaning powerful being. So they had available to them the word powerful being. They chose to use powerful beings.
God, my head's swimming.
I know. I mean, this is not what Christians say, but it's definitely what it reads.
But it's huge, too.
This has a lot of ramifications. I'm not kidding you, man.
Yeah. Massive.
And angels called, these are the terms, the light part of it day, and the darkness part of it they called night. Angels called night. Those are fine terms. It's fine. What does that show? It shows there's now atmosphere and refraction. The planet was already spinning. That's what it shows. And the evening ended one time, and the morning beginning the next time were the first ones chronicled. You know, we see that in the geological record. Did you know that?
That's a little bit different from in the morning and the evening was the first day.
Well, that's not true. First of all, in Hebrew tradition, it's not the morning
night,
and
then
the
morning.
evening. It's not evening and morning. That's night. It's not a day. That's a night.
Yeah.
And the way we use the word day, meaning 24 hours, they didn't use it that way. That wouldn't have made sense to them.
No, but the new day, as we have to use the word day, meaning period of time, not actual daylight, started in the evening. So when the sun went down, that was the end of the period.
Yes, that's correct.
Because the sun went down. So
yes,
you started at the what we end at.
Yes, so this is saying that was the end of a period and the beginning of a new one, and this is chronicled. This is the first chronicled thing.
Yeah,
it just described what the previous period was. It just described it, that the planet was void of life and it had no area distinctions. It already said that. So that's the beginning state. Yeah, go ahead.
Not to sidetrack you, but you realize if you do translate the whole Bible, you will have a new, not new in the true sense of reality, because for you it already exists, but for us as the world who don't have this book, it will be a new version of the Bible. What are you going to call it?
Oh, I've already dubbed it a name.
Yeah, what is it?
The Coherent Bible.
Wow. Of course.
Because it actually makes sense to reality. It coheres to what we know is this planet. It really does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's coherent within itself, too. I mean...
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, it's logically consistent, too. It doesn't argue with itself ever. Doing it this way. Yeah.
Wow.
And
carry on.
Okay. So that's the end of the first thing. That's the first thing chronicled. Not day, just first chronicled. Because it already described it as not day. But a new time period. You know, talking about, okay, well, tomorrow's coming. Let's talk about that next. An angel said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of a large group of beings called waters." What? A hard thing between them. Yeah, that's right. And let it divide the large group of beings into two parts.
So the large group of beings. I'm trying to think what the original... not the original. Sorry, what the Christian version says. Because there's no mention of beings in any of
It just says waters.
Yeah, no, it says waters from the waters, which everyone
which is nonsense.
Has said that's ridiculous, and we've had to turn it into meaning, oh, they just mean like the gas of the atmosphere, separating the atmosphere from the ocean, and it's like,
all kinds of ad hoc rationalizations that don't make sense compared to the text. How do you like this instead? A large group of beings called waters are going to be split into two parts. And let the hard thing, let the firm thing, firmament, let it divide the large group of beings into two parts, and let it divide the waters from the waters. So now the group of beings is two groups of waters. Okay? And the next line, and angels reformed the planet Earth, and divided the waters, which would be under the firmament of heaven, the habitation of God, from the waters which were throughout the firmament of heaven, and it was done. That is, that throughout there, toward the bottom, referring to uppercase heaven, the habitation of God, is filled with a large group of beings. And then the planet Earth, a firmament below, which is dividing the waters, they're on it. They're under heaven and on the firmament. Gee, that sounds consistent. There's angels in heaven, us on earth. Difficult? Inconsistent in some way? Illogical? Logically impossible, self-defeating? Nope. It's all fine. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I can't argue with that.
Okay, and angels called the firmament above heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second chronicled. Yep, good so far. And angels said, let the large group of beings that will be under the sky be forced to gather into places. And let that which will be dry appear, and it was done. But we know the second thing that happened to this planet after atmosphere was... What was it? What was it that happened to the Earth next, man?
The amount of sense that it now makes is just ridiculous.
I know. So answer the stupid question that you don't need to answer. What happened second after atmosphere?
The Earth, the land, and the tectonic movements, and like...
Be more specific.
What
was literally the next thing? Okay, there was dirt, and then there was sky.
How could you be more separated from someone else than to be stuck on a piece of land, separated from everyone?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. But this is dividing the... I'm too loud. This is divisions within the group on the planet. Let the large group of beings that will be under a sky, under the sky, our sky, be forced to gather into places. What does that? What does that? What forces us to gather into places?
The environment.
Yeah, what about the environment? I mean, just take it hyper literally. What causes us to be in different spots on the planet? What does that?
The climate.
Okay, well, how about water in the way? Is that good?
Oh, well, that's what I meant by country. Like,
Yes, countries. That's right.
we've been separated by the oceans.
Yes, yes. Okay, and the next line is, and let that which will be dry appear.
Yeah,
And it
the
was
land.
dry. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I was trying to mean by the tectonic movements and.
Yes, I know what you were getting at. Yeah.
The land not coming out of the water, but that's how your brain sees
it. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, then if that's so, then it makes sense. And the angels called the dry parts earth, and we do too. And the gathering together of what's that?
Even our scientific understanding, like, sort of correlates with this. That we started with Pangea or Gondwana, whichever was first, but it was all one big landmass.
Yes.
So everything was together, and then it all got separated.
Yep.
Which, you know.
And then with water in between, we are separated, and that's just the fact of the matter. It just is.
Yeah.
Now, do you really think that a small group of goat herders in the ancient Near East, that they could come together collectively and say, there's dirt under the oceans?
Yeah, no.
You suppose they knew that?
No.
You know they didn't even look at it that way, right?
Yeah. No. Not
That's
at all.
what this is obviously claiming. There should be dirt under the oceans.
Oh, your sister's out the back. Your brother's out the back.
Oh, yeah? I didn't hear a ding.
Somebody is...
Oh, definitely. Peace and respect.
Sting.
Is that how you do? Is that sting?
Yeah, I was sting. Yeah. Not the same as pissing, just pissing.
No.
Yeah,
I don't know why I didn't ding. I didn't turn that function off.
I don't know. I just thought I'd come in here and help you, or help Sammy understand you.
Right on.
And although Sammy knows more than most of them out there. Yep.
Okay, so if that makes sense so far, that there's earth under the seas, and the seas are what is separating the waters from the waters, and that we're the waters that it's referring to, not so much the seas. And we might bicker over why they saw that as good, but the claim is they saw that as good. Okay?
Yeah. And
go ahead.
It could it also be a nod towards the fact that there's also the water above the earth and the water below the earth. So the water table. A
nod to clouds and like that.
No. Literally, above crust water and then water table water. There's whole oceans that exist below the earth.
Now, there are Christians who say that's in the text. I argue it is not. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that's not true in reality. I'm aware it is. But I think it's not a topic.
Yeah. You're right. It bears no real, adds no meaning or relevance to, I see.
And that's the part where it talks about bursting forth things that cry from the fountains of the deep. And that's where Christians go, oh, it's talking about underwater aquifers and stuff. I disagree. I don't think it is. And I think I can make good definition and etymology of definitions to show that that's not what it's talking about. It's just a messy translation, that's all.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so according to geology, once there was atmosphere to allow for space water and water to collect and atmosphere to refract to cause some warmth, and whatever chunks of ice fell from space could melt. It wouldn't be just space cold because now there's atmosphere to hold in some temperature. We can have oceans, literal H2O oceans, and that's true. The next thing that you see in the fossil record is simple plant forms. And yeah, the plant forms are long and stringy-like stuff, like blue-green algae. Yeah, that's for real. And then, of course, after that, as far as we know, we have herbs, and those herbs yielded seed. And finally, we had fruit trees, whose seed was in itself upon the earth, and it was done.
Is it even? Excuse me. Is it even written in that order? Because we know that's the order it happened.
No, it really is in that order in the text. I'm not making that up. I didn't change anything.
That's a big coincidence, isn't it?
Or somebody knew something. It could be.
Yeah, I was being ironic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or sarcastic.
Yeah, if that's coincidence, that's a hell of a lot of coincidence.
Yeah.
Because this book has claimed that there is land under the oceans, which the ancient people did not think. Okay? It is asserted that all the land is hooked together. If you took the oceans off, it'd all be hooked together, right? Which ancient people did not think. It asserted that plants start out as simple and become more complex over time, which ancient people did not think.
Yeah. Crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't argue at all.
And the angels
See, this
said,
is the thing.
Yo, this is cool.
Just about every claim that the Christian Bible makes or the Christians interpret, I can argue logically or philosophically, exactly. But
yeah,
I genuinely can't argue with this. And it's interesting. I watch the people who think they can, and they try, but they flop around, and they do.
Yeah, they fail.
And you always see them right at the end, like they don't concede, but they always like, yeah, well, I guess it's unfalsifiable, and you're like, yeah, exactly. Well, until it happens, it is. Of course, it is. It's a prophecy. That's the point. And you see them go quiet, like, oh, I get it.
Yeah, that's when you find evidence of future events, I'd like to see any. That'd be really interesting to look at.
Yeah. Please.
You have accidentally invented a time machine, and that was amazing. How'd you do that? So that was the third. That was the third time frame chronicled. Okay, if that seems fair. Dude, that right there is the major transformation or terraforming of the planet. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the big stuff. Now, it gets more nuanced, true, but that gives you a general overview, and that's all we're doing here is a general overview.
Well, that's right. It would be completely, I mean, other than to justify itself, it would be completely irrelevant for it to carry on about the formation of the Earth, and you know, it's irrelevant essentially.
Now,
it just needs to give us a snapshot to get to that point.
Right, and I can back up to like Genesis 1:2. Upon their arrival in the original state, it was formless and void. That means without area distinguishing features. So it's all just a big bunch of rock and dirt. And there was no life.
Not a ball of water.
No.
Until the atmosphere. Oh, because that's right. They caused the atmosphere, so the water. Yes, and terraforming. I got it. The whole thing just coalesced in my mind.
Okay. All right. And this is the part where Christians think that the Bible is claiming God made all the stars and nebula and all that stuff. This is the part. This is the only part that even addresses it anywhere in the Bible. And they took it from the way the Catholics, usually Catholics, thought about it, right? And then they expounded on that way beyond what is safe to say. But let me just say what it actually says. And the angel said, let there be, okay, I used the word constellations, but a very direct translation would be clumps of stars. Not stars, not singular stars, clumps of stars. Let there be clumps of stars as symbols in the firmament of the sky to divide the enlightened from the not enlightened. And let them be also, that's an ellipsis right there, for signs and seasons and for days and years. Now, if I asked you, what clumps of stars do we use to track time and to give enlightenment to the mind? What clumps of stars are these?
I would have to say the zodiac.
Right. The zodiac, in fact, all the constellations is how we track time. That's how we track the year, right? And there's a story in it, and if the story is meaningful, or even if it's not, it still brings ideas to the mind.
Yep. And spans like multiple cultures as well, though.
Ah, you're starting to see the universalism, I see.
Yeah.
Yes, this is way before Bible.
Yeah. See, I've never had an issue seeing the universal side of it because of the Jehovah's Witness thing.
Okay.
Because I saw history, the Bible, all of it as one story. There was one story, and it all fit together. There's only one explanation.
That's true, but just not as any Christian church teaches.
No, exactly. And that's what I came to realize was that, okay, this certainly isn't the story, but I still believe there's one story. Is that part of what brought
you out of the JWs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good for you. Good for you. That's rational.
Yeah.
And let them be for...
Sorry, go on. No, you carry on.
Beck, you almost said something.
I was just saying hi to Commander and Logan and all the people that were popping in.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. I hope you're getting something from this. I really, really do. And not that I have to be right, but I would love for you to be able to see this for what it says instead of what people tell you to think. Yeah, what happened to skepticism anyway? Why do we let people tell us what to think?
Half the world just started saying, well, it's online, I believe it. And there you
are. Well, you know, I've seen it a lot lately, and it's starting to stick out at me like a red flag or a bell or an alarm. Is the phrase and the thinking don't depend on man's thinking or your own thinking, but lean upon God and God's understanding. And if in your sense, it makes sense, right? Because it's lean on the shit that is right and makes sense and is good for us and is reality. But the Christian version of it, hey?
I actually wouldn't take it that far, because in context, what that's talking about is understanding the Bible. And it's only talking about understanding the Bible, nothing else.
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
It's like saying, if you want to really understand the Pennywise the clown and the Pennywise's motivations as to why it does what it does, you should ask Stephen King.
Yeah, exactly.
Be a good idea.
But what is boggling me is that religion has created this self-perpetuating philosophy of you must rely on God's understanding. And you can't understand it, so don't try.
Yep.
Stop trying to. Just have faith. Just believe.
That's how they get them. Yeah, that's how they get them.
Yeah. But it's the main...
It's the main points over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Drives me up the wall.
And I can't understand how a grown, functioning human being can utter those words and their brain not go, that is the opposite of critical thinking.
I have an objection.
Right.
Can you repeat that again? Because you just said something that was logically impossible.
I don't understand how a grown
human being,
functioning adult.
Stop right there at functioning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
You did put functioning in there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes, you did. You can't.
Yes.
You can't put functioning in that sentence. They're dysfunctional.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're dysfunctional because of peer pressure and acceptance and our need for love and the exercising of our own biases, which is natural, right? And that's
wanting
what
to
made
think
them
there's
stop
something
functioning.
after this, and crutch and hope and
and it's compartmentalizing because otherwise they're fine.
And the little bits of dopamine hits and stuff that they get from the love bombing and when they pray and convince themselves that someone's rubbing their shoulders and they feel good. That's an argument I had recently. Was like, I don't get that feeling at any other time than when I'm praying. Like, I feel His presence and this and that, and it's like,
well,
you get little dopamine hits, and now you're addicted. And they're literally addicted to it.
Oh yes, I've seen people. I mean, acting mad and giggly.
Yeah.
And saying things like I'm high on Jesus. Well, you're high, all right. Yeah. What's that, Sammy?
That weird preacher lady that shakes her head and gets all revved up with electricity and like that's. And whole congregations of people sit there going, yeah, this is great. This is normal.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, yeah, they think that shit. People fake so much reality. Crap. It's just ridiculous. Like, go over and hang out with the Afro-atheists sometime if you want to see the stupidity that happens in these extreme churches. That's what she covers and tries to spread the word that it's bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's some of the shit. Oh my god, it just blows my mind. People are like, "Hallelujah!"
We can do whatever you guys want, but do you want the text or not? Do we need to keep going? Should we stop? What do you think?
No, keep going.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's fine.
We get little side tangents, but
okay, I like that. No, I like that. I like the. Okay, I don't like the what if, and I don't like what aboutery. Okay.
Right.
But I do like free thinking on topic and looking for what is necessarily following. What are the ramifications of that? I love that. That's great. That's good skepticism. Yeah. That's awesome. And angels repurposed two great lights. How did they repurpose them? Because the word create there is actually repurposed.
So did they shift them?
No. Nope. Didn't have to shift them. Didn't have to change them in any way to repurpose them, because now they have a new purpose.
Oh, okay? A purpose is something we give them.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, so they're there. They didn't do anything to them, but instead of sitting there, now they're lighting the earth.
Yeah, now that there's an atmosphere and there's an ocean and there's some plants, right? That's repurposed those things. There weren't plants. There weren't seasons. There weren't anything on this rock, and we know that's true. And they established the constellations also, and angels established the constellations in the heaven to give enlightenment, not light, enlightenment upon the earth. That is, so you could have a calendar and stuff. Okay?
Do you think that there's some, like, in the books of Enoch, because I was thinking how the fact that the canonical books were decided not that long ago, and there's so many more books that were accepted as scripture before that. How do you take that? But that doesn't affect you, because I'm sure you could.
Actually, I am unsurprised by what we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah. Or like the Book of Enoch, for example.
Sure.
So, what was my question going to be? What are we talking about? The moon and the sun.
Let me propose something quite specific about Enoch. Enoch claims that he went to heaven, like the Lord, the God's heaven, right? And he saw these great storehouses of hoarfrost and ice and... Dude, what happens when you compress gases?
Yeah, well, they become solids or liquids.
Yeah. And what about their temperature?
They freeze.
Right.
Colder.
Okay, and then the angels claim to have put atmosphere on the planet.
Yeah, so they warmed it up.
So yeah, you release it, and all this expansion happens, which makes crazy cold. But in storage, in and of itself, it can be a liquid or a solid, depending. But that solid or liquid is hoarfrost-like. It really is. Okay. That's what happens if you compress a gas. Go to your local hospital and look at their oxygen tank. And if it has the slightest leak anywhere, or they're using it because it's a high traffic time for oxygen, you'll see hoarfrost on the outside of that tank. I'm not playing.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. You also get it on, what do you call, like, spray cans of different sorts.
Yep.
Yeah, what is that? Crap, I can't think of what it was. Something some kind of liquid I've used before in a can, and the outside of the can would get ridiculously
probably
cold.
Brake cleaner.
I was thinking it was something I used on a vehicle. Probably is brake cleaner.
Oh,
brake cleaner will do that. You'll freeze your hand using brake cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it reminded me now. So do you think that the Book of Enoch, it essentially to me sounds like it was being quite literal describing what you're talking about, because it talks in there about the Watchers teaching men or women, even specifically in some cases, about the zodiac. Like there was a specific Watcher who taught the use of the herbs and this and that, and the
yes, and the phases of the moon.
Is that just literally describing what you're talking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. In fact, I find no argument.
That's insane. But like now we're not even interpreting anymore. No. Now we're just sticking to the literal. Like even our translation is directly fitting your understanding. That's insane.
I know. This is why I keep using it, because it keeps working.
Wow.
I know, right? It's
okay,
really
then let's go ahead and get to the fourth day chronicled here, right? Let's get to the beginning of the fifth day. Let the seas bring forth abundantly. I want you to really pay attention to this. Christians just blow over this. And it was actually an Islamic person who pointed this out to me, but they're right, and I have no argument, not that I would have argued anyway, because just evidently in the story, this is true. Let the seas bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and fowl fly above this earth in the face before the firmament of the heavens. Do you think that the ancient people thought that birds crawled out of the ocean?
No, not at all.
I mean,
but did the birds crawl out of the ocean?
Well, yeah.
Fuck if I
Everything did.
Everything did. That's right. Let the seas bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life. That's right.
That's true.
This is against their religious beliefs.
Well, against their very understanding of the natural world as well.
Yes, it is. This is something they would never. This is why I say ancient man did not write this. It didn't work that way. This works too well in reality for them to have written it. They had more superstitions than we do now, and we know that.
Yeah.
Now, this one takes a little bit of explanation from within context that I've gleaned previously, all right? Why I translated it this way. But it does say that angels created as in to repurpose an existent thing, that kind of creation, great whales, and every living creature that moves, and which water springs brought forth abundantly, of each modification, what? There's the word modification. Yes. There's the idea of modification there. Modification over time. I'm sorry. It seems to me there's a term for that. See, modification over time of existent animals. That's called, what was the word again? Somebody help me? Oh, crap.
Evolution.
That's it. Yeah, I remember now. Thank you so much, Sammy. Evolution.
Had repurposed great whales. Man, do you want to know? That's quite mind-blowing, because whales, we know, were once like dogs or bears.
Pakicetus.
Like, what the actual fuck? And I understand why Christians hear stuff like that and go, evolution, like, that's a belief, that's a faith. I get it's hard to accept that, you know, dolphins and whales once ran around on land eating other animals, and then
that they were,
now they are what they are.
They were something. They looked kind of something between a jackal and a wolf, sort of.
Yeah, with a bit of a pig mixed in, maybe.
Maybe a little bit of pig trait in appearance. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah. The Pakistani whale. That's what Pakicetus means. So there you go.
Wow.
And repurposed. And then talking about each of the each modification. And every winged fowl of each modification, and angels saw that as good. I mean, my gosh, man.
So, wow. Carry on.
And what do the angels say about it? Be fruitful and multiply and fill the waters of the sea, and let the fowl multiply in this earth. And the morning and the evening and the morning were the fifth chronicled. There you go. Is that true in reality? Was that the next step?
So,
is this way it was before we got here, or not?
So, I think I know the answer to this question, but does it put evening and morning, and that was the fifth time chronicled, does it put them in that order, evening and morning?
I didn't change the order of anything.
So why did we? I know, like, you could say because that's how we want to do it, but
are you surprised that superstitious people told you things not true? Is that what's going on here?
I mean, it makes sense because you get to the evening before you get to the next morning.
It's talking about the ending of a period. The evening and the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be in that.
But it's just,
you really shouldn't say day. You really should not say day when it's literally night.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's such a dishonest thing, like, and the morning and the evening was the first day. It's like, why change the text?
Because fucking white people? I don't know, Sammy. They want
man.
control.
the man.
You know, they changed it for well, there was many reasons it got changed. Some were political, some were because they had their own agenda of what they wanted people to follow. They were just trying to control the masses, is what I believe. I think they changed it to whatever they wanted it to say because they, you know, it makes sense to them. That's how they want people to perceive them. They're the ruler. They're the leader. They're the priest. What the fuck ever.
Now, none of us have any doubt that for political agenda, spiritual stories, even those not written down, and for much longer than we've been writing stuff, have been used to control the masses. Nobody denies that.
No, you can't. It's just the bottom fucking... It's the truth. It's just the truth.
And the further you get from the beginnings of a thing, the more you're allowed to change it without people noticing, as long as your changes are rather gradual or deeply approved by all the smart folks. You can change it. Okay? And they did. They did. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. And they're still doing it like the JWs with their version.
They are. Okay, so far it looks to me like everything's in the right order. It looks like this agrees with the geological survey.
You know what else? Just a little, I don't know, this is probably just a weird tangent, but if you think about it, what is the default position for light and dark?
The default position for light and dark. You mean which
in the
one
universe?
Which one is latent and which one is active? Light is active, and darkness is latent.
Exactly. Yeah, right. So which came first?
Darkness.
Like what it always exists is the darkness, and then came the morning.
Right.
You know, whether you want to talk about the universe or the Earth, like it's always darkness, then the morning. It's quite odd how we've reversed our thinking on that.
Well, we're kind of stuck on this planet, and we only see that stuff out there.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you don't have an Earth, why would you call it morning? You could have the light there. But it's not. It's just lighting up the universe. There's no people there. There's no beings there for to go. Oh, it's morning time. But now, if you put things on and growing and living, and well, now you have a reason to call it morning.
Right. This is exactly why when
and so then we have a reason that morning is more important now in our mind because the light is our source of everything.
From this, you can only say morning from a perspective like this.
Yeah, from our perspective, yeah.
Right. Let's say there was a Class 4 Kardashev civilization traveling through space. What's morning mean to them?
Yeah, well, there is no morning.
What time they get up?
Yeah, whatever time you woke up.
Yeah, because there is
what morning is for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, we have places like that on Earth.
Yes, we do.
Places that are light for 23 or 24 hours a day.
Yes,
and
then the opposite
for months straight. 24
and I'm sure it's a normal conversation there for you to be in the middle of your day, right? Your awake time, and meet somebody on the street who just woke up and they're having their first cup of coffee, and nobody cares.
Yeah.
I get up afternoon all the time, and it's my morning.
That's right. Have morning your way.
That's right.
That's
I
right.
do everything my way.
And the angel said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creatures unmodified, herd animals and creeping things, the wild animals unmodified," and it was done. Okay, so put these animals here and let them do their thing. And angels repurposed beasts from a wilderness planet, unmodified. and everything that crept upon the wilderness planet unmodified, and angels saw that as good. Man, it did not come out this way in the English.
No, it didn't. Not at all. Half the words are right.
Yeah, I mean, you can see where I got it from. You know, if you read the King James and followed along, be like, okay, I can see that reference there and that reference there. But it doesn't have the same meaning. And let the angels, and the angel said, let us birth mankind in our image. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I would love to talk about that, actually, because you and I have had discussions about this before. So I said, I was talking about the Christian belief of God being God.
Mm-hmm.
And Richard said to me, but if they're creating more of us, how are we created? You need a male and a female.
I mean, so that's how I know stuff works.
One
I could
person
be wrong,
as God creating us, because it's not how we procreate. So God would have to have a wife / someone to help him produce. And
you'll notice even in the King James translation, it said create, 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 gets to man, make. Why'd they change from create?
Make, I wonder why.
Because it means to birth.
Yeah, because you're not going to pull some guy out of the fucking ground. That's not what happened.
It's even a different idea to get altogether. It's not even to reform or repurpose an existent thing. It's not it. Nope. It's make as in birth. That's it. So what the Bible is actually claiming, in that we were made a little lower than made, birthed, same word. Again, make, made. That's the same word. Birthed of angels. Like pushed out of vages of angels and made a little lower.
Can I just say that was a special moment for me, hearing you say, as in squeezed out of vages.
You're welcome. I did that quite on purpose.
I know you did. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Okay, so what it's claiming is that we're lower or lesser in some way, not in geography or, dimensions of space, but lesser in some way and pushed out of literally birthed of angels. That's what it's claiming. So they birthed, something like the original genetic groups. I'm gonna keep it simple.
Okay.
But if you were,
sounds like... Never mind,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, this is really weird. It almost sounds like angels are people.
Well, actually, it requires they have sexuality and flesh and stuff like that.
Exactly my point. Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
But we're not so restricted. Let them have higher consciousness than the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the herd animals, and over all of this earth, and over every creeping thing in this earth. Now, this is a claim humans could have made at the time. We're better than all the rest of the stuff here.
Well, we know that. You don't see the cows talking to each other.
Yeah,
Ow.
Not so much. Well, they sort of communicate, but just in rudimentary ways.
Yeah,
the most
but not
complicated thing I've heard of is there's a group of lemurs which were observed over time, which had specific sounds that meant colors. That's pretty darn good, man.
That is pretty damn good for things, just for animals, regular animals that aren't as conscious as we are.
And that's the most... Well, we haven't spent time analyzing every animal language, but that's the best thing we've seen so far. That they could alert each other that like a human was approaching, and identify the human by the color of their clothing.
Oh shit.
That's pretty cool, right?
Well, hey, now I know lemurs see in color. I didn't know that.
Well, there you go. Okay. And yeah, all that's, we can just grant all that because we're just the coolest thing here that we can find. So angels birthed mankind in their own image. In the image of angels birthed they them. And that's what it actually reads. I mean, I didn't change nothing there.
I know you didn't. Are you still writing it out, by the way? Are you still working on your big book?
I'm working on stuff, but you know I got no time.
I know.
Yeah. I need some Bible college to just fund me and let me just do this.
Right. Wouldn't that be great?
Ain't going to happen.
No.
And
because you're a heretic to them.
See, that's the problem. And angels blessed mankind, and angels said unto them, be fruitful and multiply. We're doing that. Yeah. And fulfill the purpose of this wilderness. Well, you don't see that in the King James. Fulfill the purpose of the wilderness. And subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon this earth. Okay, so far so good. We're fulfilling that, aren't we?
Yep.
That's what we do.
We do what we do, yo.
Yo. Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the earth, and every tree in which the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it will be for meat.
Yep. In other words, eat it.
And they broke this into 2 verses, and it should not be.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, we were talking about food sources, right?
Right.
Still talking about food sources. And every beast of this earth, and every fowl of the air, and every living thing that creeps upon the earth wearing life, and every green herb for meat. And it was done. That is, you're an omnivore.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So when Christians start going, oh, don't eat animals, it's against God. No, not there, bro. It's just a false comma.
Yeah.
Okay, angels feel that's pretty groovy. I agree. Cool. Bump uglies, make more of yourselves, eat stuff. Cool.
Yep.
All right.
and try to tame whatever animals you can, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, if you tame them and you have them like cows, then you have a food source constantly.
Okay, so here it broadens back out. You know, it kind of pans out back to the original thing. So this is like a wrap-up, right? Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. Them what? Them heavens and them earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, all the people are there. All the waters are there, both in heaven and on the earth. All the waters are there. We're good?
Yep.
It's completed, right?
Right.
It's finished. The host of them are finished. When do we stop making more babies? When do we stop that?
I don't know. It didn't tell us to stop.
No. When will we stop making more babies?
Oh, when the shit hits the fan.
There you go. Okay. Section 133, crap hits fan.
Now you're not going to be making babies in lava pits. That shit ain't happening.
Okay, so next topic, crap hits fan. Here you go. Description of crap hits fan. And on the 7th day, angels ended their work which they had created. Which is, and what is demanded by Jehovah, first mention of Jehovah, rested on the 7th day from all their work which was made.
Yep.
And the angels blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because in it they had rested from the work that angels reformed and repurposed.
Mm-hmm.
Good?
I'm sorry, I don't see anything about God taking a break yet.
Well, there ain't, because first of all, the word ain't God. It's angels.
Right.
And for it to be angels instead of demons, you have to assume that these are good ideas and that you agree with it, which is like it's an assumed moral subjectivist position that it's good that there's humans. Okay? And then the humans have to stop multiplying, right? And there has to be an end to the purpose of the planet. In order that the creation is finished, it has to have done its thing. Right?
Yeah. Of course.
That follows? Okay, so here we are at the end of the planet. And Christians think this was the 7th day on the planet, literal.
That doesn't even make sense.
I just don't even know how to justify that.
You know, this is what really kills me about the whole thing, if nothing else, right? It said for all the fish in the sea and everything on the earth and everything in the air and us should multiply and fill the earth. Then it says it was full. You're not getting that in a day. It's fucking impossible.
It does say it was filled. It says it was completed.
Yeah, it says fill the earth, and then it says it's done, which means that's not one day. That's the part that always got me about it.
But if we're still here and still replicating, still birthing infants, then it's not done. It's obviously not done.
Must not be.
Because the population is growing. In fact, we just went over 8 billion. If that's news to you, go ahead and have a glass of wine. Yay!
Yeah, we just hit 8 billion on the earth. Yes, we did.
Yep.
A couple days ago. Or maybe a week ago.
Yeah, something like that. That's essentially days.
So now we're way beyond it now, because there's already been another 5,000 babies born in the last couple days. So
more than that, but maybe that many
5 million, whatever.
Yeah, a bunch. A
lot,
bunch, more than you want to start counting. You know, when you like counting heads one at a time, you don't want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't want to do that. It's too dang fast. Spend your whole life counting. Okay,
I'll just Google it.
Right on.
Go ahead.
Of course, you're going to get so many hits right now for 8 billion, you might not find anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me just wrap this up because it doesn't go on much longer. Okay, so to rest means to not work, and the 7th day means completion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it has to be referring to the end of the planet, not the beginning of it. So that was a big synopsis of the Bible right there that we just read. All the time of man on the earth and everything, all inclusive, the whole thing. That's the end of it. That's done. It's done. And it says it was done. Okay, these were the generations of the heaven and the earth when it was repurposed in the time that Jehovah angels of Jehovah, or those angels who comport to Yod-Vav-He, reformed the earth and the sky, and angels had maintained every wild plant of the wilderness before it was in the earth, and they had what is that called? What is that word again? It's not solipsist. It's solipsis. Solipsis here. And angels had maintained every plant of the wilderness before it was in the earth, and angels had maintained every cultivated herb of the field before it grew. For the Jehovah angels had not caused it to rain upon the earth. In other words, the stuff wouldn't make it there. If you didn't have seas and you didn't have evaporation, you didn't have clouds, and you didn't have rain, then you have nothing but a big desert. Plant's going to die. Okay?
Of course.
And not a man to till the ground. Of course there's no man to till the ground because he'd die too.
Yeah.
This is really interesting and very direct. And angels, past tense, had gathered. Angel gathered gases, had reacted with existent you want to get specific? Had reacted with existent gases and mixed, making a viable and perfected atmosphere of everything that was there, everything present, and affirmed an earth for Adam.
That's what it says.
Now, it's a big claim that they put the atmosphere here, but we do see absolutely gigantic and catastrophic. Oh, I went the wrong way. Hold on a second. I want to back up Sammy's New Testament stuff. There it is. Where there was hypersonic air movement on this planet, and how it eroded rock in a certain pattern that is easily repeatable. in a laboratory environment. Peace and respect, James Apperson. Making a repeating triangular pattern and a dust bowl in between the triangular patterns, and the triangular patterns are what we call mountain ranges. And we do see that mountain ranges are sloped and more smooth on the outside of the circle, which got the same amount of weathering, as the inside of the circle on the other side of the mountain, which all has triangles. I don't think that freezing and thawing and waterfall and wind and erosion can cause consistently everywhere all over the planet, on the inside of the circle nothing but triangles, on the outside of the circle nothing but slopes, when they literally touch at the top of the same mountain.
Yeah.
Well, was the weather different inside the ring than 5 feet over?
I doubt it.
I doubt it. But if it was wind going from the inside toward the outside of that circle, all is explained by, I'm afraid so, hypersonic air movement. Here's the problem. There's no naturalistic theory or hypothesis as to what could have caused hypersonic air movement.
Right.
There ain't one. Go look. We know of no such thing that should have caused that. And we see the evidence of it all over the planet. Now, if mountains were evenly weathered on both sides, then I'd say fine. But they're not. Or if it was just like always on the north-facing side of the mountain range, the ring, then I'd go, fine, weathering happened to have worked that way. And if it was like, you know, of the mountain range and the northern side, and then the bottom of the ring, and then the northern side again, and I'd say, okay, well, it tends to weather it in that way from that direction. Fine. Nope. No such evidence.
No. Hi, Mark. How you doing? So,
I hope we
Jamie
are brave.
Russell, Christian Middle Earth, has a lot to say.
Yeah, Jamie doesn't agree with me.
I know. I can tell.
What are we talking about here? Let me see if I can pick up what he's talking about.
If you go up, hold on.
Oh, he's talking to Dirty Varmint. We should leave that alone, I think.
Oh,
I don't think this is addressed
I didn't know
to
they
me.
were.
No, I'm just going to leave it alone because I think they're
Okay.
just speaking amongst them, and that's none of my business.
Okay.
They
My
just
bad.
happen to be in my chat doing it, which is fine.
Yeah, no. That's totally cool. I thought he was saying something towards you. I didn't realize they were having conversation. My bad.
I mean, Jamie can correct me, but I think they were just speaking amongst themselves. They're more than welcome to. I mean, I'm glad you're talking about this stuff and thinking about it. That's awesome. I think that's amazing. Okay, Dirty Varmint says, I think he's talking to you guys. Okay. Let me see it. Maybe I'm assuming wrong.
Because he said something about looking in...
This one? How about this one?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay.
They were... Because he was retorting to you, and then Dirty Varmint was putting his own 2 cents in.
I don't know what this is referring to, unless you mean circle, which I did say that mountains happen in circles. They actually do. Now, there's overlapping patterns of circles, and sometimes one circle is eating away the other one, but they're still circles. And I mean, they're real pretty circles, too.
He was also talking about the circadian cycle and, let's see, what
Doesn't that have to do with us sleeping? Does that have to do, Beck? That has to do with us sleeping, right? Circadian cycles and all that?
Yes, circadian rhythm,
okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Look up the circadian cycle in nature, explain that. God tells them to keep Sabbath because he did, so it is holy.
Yes, of course the Sabbath is holy, because when we go to heaven, that's going to be a big deal. Keep holy. The word holy there doesn't mean keep religious. It means keep set apart. It's literally set apart. The holy people are the set apart people. That's what that means. It doesn't mean to worship the Jews. That's not what holy people means. Okay? It means set apart, like different. That's what set apart means. It's different from the rest of the stuff. The set apart time where all of the creation is completed is when the earth is destroyed and our ascension into heaven. The beginning of the seventh day we now know as end times. We call it end times. That's the beginning of the seventh day. And that is why the Sabbath is holy. And by the way, guys, you may or may not have noticed throughout all of the Old Testament and New Testament, no Tuesdays. No Mondays. Not one. All that's ever mentioned is the Sabbath. Why? Because every day is the Sabbath. Why? Because the Sabbath lasts 7 years. That's why there's no Friday. Go look for a Friday in the Bible. Go ahead. Knock yourself out.
It was Exodus 16 he was asking you to read.
Okay. Exodus 16. I haven't translated that far, so I guess I will bring up, I hope you guys don't mind the KJV translation. I don't like it myself. I need to make you a mod. It's too much. Buttons,
Are you talking about Carol? Yeah.
No, I need to, Beck, I need to make you a manager of the channel is what I meant.
Oh, yeah, you should totally do that.
Whatever word
I
means
won't fuck
that.
it up.
Yeah, because I think you would. Exodus, what? You're
16.
16, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I understand
you
that I am
build shit,
bad.
I do the numbers.
I am, yeah, that's right. I'm the builder. Beck is the number person. That's in
I'm
our
the number
family.
guy.
That's how that works.
I've always been the number guy, though.
Yeah. Okay. And
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna be right here. I'm just making some coffee.
I just kill the share? I did just kill the share, didn't I? Okay. Hold on. Yep, I killed the share. Hold on a second. Doing it as quick as I can. Sorry, this is boring. Chrome tab. Exodus 16.
Well,
share.
you know, you weren't prepared for that. This was an off-the-cuff request,
I mean,
it's
it's
fine.
computer. You can't get much more convenient than this thing. It's 3 minutes and you're there. It's no big deal.
Craziness.
Okay, now, Jamie, if you would be so kind, I think we brought this up for Jamie. If not, y'all just correct me because I'm not that bright.
Yeah, it was Jamie who wanted you to bring it up.
Okay, so I don't have to go back and search for it, and I don't see any tags. Can you please restate the challenge, question, observation, whatever reason I brought this up? I don't know why I brought this up. Tell me why I brought this up.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me roll back up here.
Peace and respect, Joe Day.
Write that out, Jamie. You wrote so much better.
Someone tell me why I have this on the screen.
Yeah, Jamie, why did you say Exodus 16? I mean, he was talking about, you know, circadian and cycles. What did he say? 7 days. He said 7-day weeks have nothing to do with a 7-day cycle.
Peace and respect, Saint WildHeart.
WildHeart, my goodness, I ain't seen you in 95 years. How you been?
Good to see you. Thanks for letting me on. Don't let me interrupt though. Carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. That's all I got.
So none of us know why I have Exodus 16 on the screen. None of us know.
Well, I mean,
Jamie certainly you know. Help us out, Jamie.
Circadian 7-day week versus 7-day cycle, and yeah, that's what he was talking about in a nutshell.
I don't know. I don't know why this has something to do with our sleep rhythm.
I don't know why he wants to know about the sleep rhythm of nature versus I don't know. I don't know, brother.
Oh,
I'm just trying to be helpful.
Go ahead, WildHeart.
Yeah, you're not talking about the guy who claims that the 7-day cycle is proof of God.
Luckily, no.
No. Good.
No. That is a different human being.
Yeah. Because he is an idiot.
Jamie is actually really, and I'm not trying to blow smoke up. I don't care if he agrees with me or not. I mean, I'd rather he agreed if I'm telling the truth of things. I'd rather he believed true things, right? If that's what I'm talking about here. And I have no reason to blow him up, but the fact is that Jamie is quite sharp.
Yeah, I like Jamie. He
and
is
Terry,
I was
Terry
talking about
is not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Terry is not a sharp guy. I mean, I'm not saying there's something wrong with not being a sharp person. Peace and respect, Mark Reid. But I'm saying the case is he's not a sharp person.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna comment on Terry.
Go ahead.
Doing his thing. No, I just the circadian rhythms. I'm really curious as to why. Because is he trying to say, and this is what I was thinking, is he trying to say there is a rhythm to your weekly experience as well? Like people naturally maybe are more active during weekdays and then less active on the weekends or on the day of rest? Because if that's the case, I would like to see something, because I'm not aware of any sort of predilection for...
No.
Well, I mean, I'm not aware of any predilection for people to be more active during weekdays, but I'm happy to be corrected if they are. But I don't, you know.
I don't. Doesn't that depend on what you do for a living and what
I am?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's true. Doesn't that depend, Mark, on what you do for like employment and how you spend your free time? Because I know people who have a sit down, hold still job, and then they have a gym membership.
Sure.
Okay, so...
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any natural bias towards weekdays kind of thing. But I mean,
don't think so.
The whole idea of the circadian cycle, like we're diurnal, right? So that means like active during the day as opposed to nocturnal or...
Actually, I'm glad you gave a definition. I wasn't sure what that diurnal meant.
Yeah, that just means active during the day. Most animals are diurnal. But there's nocturnal. Yeah, but there's also one that's like active at dawn and dusk. There's another one, and I can't remember the name of it offhand. But anyway, it sort of considering our considering our biology, sort of the way that our eyes work and the sort of biology that we have, it's not surprising that we're diurnal. Like it's naturally you can sort of account for it. Just because like we see well in colors, but not very well at night. Like the cones and rods in our eyes are set up to see at daytime.
Yeah.
Crepuscular.
Plus, it would be the opposite way around as well. If we were nocturnal, we would have adapted to have different features.
Right, like so
kinds of eyes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we go see at night like a motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
We would be like, say, cats' eyes, for instance, which can see really well at night, and they're nocturnal. So they have a lot more rods in their eyes, so they can see better at night, but they can't make out color as well, whereas we make out color really well.
Yeah, and they can really, literally, like Richard's doing, open their aperture and collect every bit of light they want.
Yep.
And hence the rods, right?
Yep.
I agree.
So I don't think Terry claims that, Mark. But I'll talk a little bit about what I think Terry is doing.
Okay.
If you can get him to admit it, he's going to tell you that he gets it from 3 different parts of the text, right? And then if you go to those parts of the text, you can get it from there, but what you have to do is take sentence fragments. Now you have to reassemble those sentence fragments in a preconceived order, that is a biased order, in order to arrive at Terry's statement.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I'm
know.
fairly sure that's the definition of cherry picking.
And well, I saw the sort of a debate with Pat, and that was pretty conclusive. Pat sort of showed where there was previous civilizations that had sort of a 7-day week in different formats. I think it was pretty conclusive when he went up against a real academic that he didn't really know what he was talking about. I don't really want to talk about Terry, though. He's a bit...
Well, in case he should catch this,
Sorry, Richard. Sorry, carry on.
In case, and then you're right, because I'm giving him like free rent space in my head that he has not earned. I got no respect for his argument. So let's wrap this up real quick. I pointed out to him that I'm in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where our Native Americans, I met some for the first time in my life in like face to face. Heard of them, never saw one. Met them, bro. They do not have a 7-day week on the reservation. They don't. They don't give half a crap about that.
Wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
No, so you just disproved him by meeting someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, the way they do it in Japan is really, really good because they don't have any weekend kind of thing. So they're kind of open, like different people have shifts on different days. So basically they're all like everything's always open. And you know, their days off will just be various days off kind of thing. They actually do it really well. Then again, that's the only thing they really organize in Japan, let me tell you. They're
That's interesting.
Very cool place. Yeah, Japan's awesome. Like their trains, like when I was over there, a train was never like more than 5 minutes late, kind of thing. It was insane. It was so good.
Yeah, they are very organized. Yeah.
Okay, on to the next thing.
Real quick before we get serious again. Hi, Maya. Okay. How you doing?
Hi, Maya.
I have to flirt with her. She would feel ignored or something.
Maya is mighty cute. It's true. It's I mean, just a fact of nature.
And she's short too.
Is she short?
Yeah, she's like 5'2",
like the short ones. Wow.
Don't go pointing out somebody's.
I really thought she was like 5'10", but no, she's just thin and short. Yeah.
I got a photo of myself and coincidentally David and Pixie Storms, right? And she had to like hold the camera at arm's length and down at like almost a 45 so all of us could be in the shot.
That's what she did when I visited her. The picture I have of her and I, she held the phone down here and I went over her shoulder. And I kind of squatted down like this, so I was
very sharp.
I feel like Richard's going to be a tall guy. I just feel that way. I don't know why. I feel like Richard's like
5'8" and a chunk. I'm short.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, me and Richard are exactly the same height. I'm 5'8.5". Richard is 5'8 3/4.
Respect the quarter.
Of an inch. Yeah.
Respect that
quarter. Put on an
inch,
extra
brother.
pair of socks, WildHeart. He'll never know.
I don't know. I just assumed you're a tall guy. You seem like someone that's tall. I don't know why. My internal, measurements are obviously kaput. I'm useless at that.
The tallest of our siblings, I believe he's just a hair under 6'1".
Yeah, that's fact.
Oh, so you guys are brothers?
What?
Oh my God, I'm
Beck
the youngest of 7.
What?
Beck and I are of the same bloodline. We're born of the same womb. I'll put it that way.
Oh.
Yeah, we are
that's
literally
cool.
brothers. Yeah. Literally.
I did not know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. He's the next to the youngest. I'm the youngest of 7.
Oh, that's cool.
So
I was baby for 3 years.
I got 4 brothers and 2 sisters, one sister living.
I honestly did not know that.
Yeah.
Roman Catholic Italian. There is no contraception.
Yeah.
Dad was a Navy guy, and every time he came back to sea, Mom got back from sea, Mom got pregnant. And so I can tell you exactly when he was gone. Just look at the gaps in between our births, and that's when he wasn't there.
Fertile Myrtle, man, I'm telling you.
Every time Dad would walk in the door, Mom go, "Oh shit, I'm pregnant." I swear to God.
That's all it took, I think.
Yeah, 7 kids in 11 years.
Oh, slow down. Damn.
It's Italian, baby. Gotta.
And looking at the birth records, her body got good at it.
Mom wanted a herd of children. And oh my God, an amazing mother. Amazing. I can literally only say there's like one thing that I think she ever did wrong raising us was letting us fight, because it taught me to be violent. It taught me that, hey, you got a problem with somebody, take them outside and beat the shit out of them. That's what it taught me. But besides she was an amazing mother.
It's not untrue in life.
Yeah,
I mean, when we were kids, people did that. You call somebody out, they walk outside with you and go, "Okay, let's do it," and we'll see who wins. And fists, it was all fists, And these days, people don't go and they shoot you. There's no honor in it anymore.
Our cyborg friend, peace and respect, Titan Uranus.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Titan is a champ. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I don't know. The people that sort of have been in fights and stuff, I don't want to fight anymore. Like I really could not be bothered. I've been in my fair share. I do not like. I just couldn't be bothered. It's just it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't help anything. Just is a waste of time as far as I'm concerned.
What are you, Mark? About 6'2", about 220, 240?
Yeah, about there. 6'3". About
6'3".
I think. Well, I'm about 115 kilograms. I don't know what that is in pounds. So
we can make that WildHeart mission. What is that in pounds, WildHeart?
I'll get it.
115 kilograms.
Yeah.
So I think my brain can't compute that. That meant nothing to me, and he knew it.
I already got it. 253 pounds.
250. Okay, so I was under about 13 pounds and 1 inch. That's about right.
Yeah.
Peace and respect, Batman. How are you, sir?
Am Batman.
Hello, Batman.
Batman.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Batman. Why is it as you got older, your voice got creepier? Because when it started out in all the movies, you had a clean, crisp, nice voice that I liked. And then eventually you're like sounding like this. And I don't know why that is.
Okay, so I did not respect Affleck using the voice changer. I got to admit it. I don't know. I just didn't. I didn't gel with it.
Affleck, to be fair, Affleck sounds like a little bitch.
I haven't seen a Batman movie, I think, in 30 years. I wouldn't even know what you're talking about.
I think he could have put on a gravelly voice like Bale. I think he could have. If you don't know how, you learn. Come on now, you're an actor. Fucking
Robert Pattinson just whispers.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I got to admit, I haven't.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And Logan Fisher in the side chat. Sorry, Logan Fisher in the side chat makes a good point. Adam West is the best Batman ever. Film or TV series, Adam West is the quintessential Batman.
Come on now. Come on. Let's
He's the most fun one, in my
Rubbish
opinion.
Rubbish actor. He wasn't good, but he is the quintessential Batman. Yeah.
Okay, who's 007 now that we got that started?
Oh.
Come on.
Which the best one
Connery,
is?
to be honest with you.
Sean Connery.
I think
Sean,
it has to be.
I was going to say Sean Connery, but he was Scottish.
But everything he does is great, so whatever.
Yeah.
Even him being silly in the Indiana Jones movies, he still did an awesome job.
That's
true, he can do
actually,
anything.
Yeah.
But
he can be the asshole.
It's got to be Roger Moore. Because you can't have a Scottish... You can't have a Scottish best Bond because it's MI5, it's English. You can't have a Scottish person playing a MI5 agent.
What, are you saying there are no Scottish MI5 agents?
There probably are, but it's not for...
Well. Well. Are you saying, like, for a spy, his accent is way too noticeable or something?
Yeah. The Scottish accent is...
I'll take that. That's a fair comment. I disagree, but, I just... Even with the accent, I think his sheer charm carries it. I think he's still the best one, but,
Richard, can you do me a favor? Richard, do me a favor. Go into the chat and unmod Carol the Atheist. She doesn't want to be a mod.
Oh.
And she asked earlier, and you didn't see it because you were in the middle of a discussion, so while we're on a pause...
To. No problem. No problem. Sure. I got you, Carol.
She said, "You mod me, but not Maya."
It's situational. People get modded because of the situation.
Yeah.
Does it really matter?
She just said she doesn't want to. I don't know. She said she doesn't want to be a mod.
It
creates some responsibility And if you don't want to sit there and watch the chat constantly, then that's responsibility you don't want. So I understand.
If you wanted a mod to be responsible, you wouldn't choose me. Let's face it. Like, come on. At that point, that's your fault. You know, like.
Well, we're not talking. We wouldn't choose you. The point was Maya.
Of course you wouldn't.
I'm just
all I'm saying is that just because you like choose me to be a mod doesn't make any responsibility for me to do anything. Quite frankly,
no.
And I think WildHeart VI. I don't know who he is. Never met the guy, but he brings up a good point inside chat. WildHeart for mod.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, never met
we
the guy,
don't mod. We don't mod you, WildHeart, because you're in and out like a little fluttery butterfly. We never know where you're gonna be.
This isn't an election, WildHeart. Like, who are you like talking to? This isn't an election.
God damn it. Thanks, Richard.
I don't know, man. WildHeart's probably campaigning for that spanner. So.
Yeah. Well, that's 2024. Yeah.
WildHeart's currently lobbying.
Maya's hot in anything. Probably nothing as well. But I haven't got to experience that. I'm not that lucky.
PG-13.
Yeah.
That's all I said.
Don't go any further with that. Enough said.
Look, I don't want to make Maya
going any further.
Don't make Maya uncomfortable. That's not cool.
Maya?
I think Maya's actually... You know, a big girl, and she doesn't. I've seen her play a little bit. I mean, I feel comfortable going as far as we have, but you know.
Mark, Maya and I have known each other for almost 3 years, and I started flirting with her from day one, and she has laughed and joked with me, and no, there's no offense there.
Oh, cool. All right.
I wouldn't do it with just anybody. There's certain people in the
play.
community I can do that with, and they know that there's no harm meant. So
can you just say hello to Jode in the side chat, and Bojo seems to have a terrible cough all of a sudden.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the deep state.
Might be the pot.
Yeah.
Hey, Batman, didn't you want to ask a question, Batman? Weren't you saying you wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, what was it?
Yeah, I don't recall it being asked.
I'll mute.
Honestly, I completely forgot because it was actually about the main conversation. I'll remember and ask eventually next time around.
Look, I don't even know what the main conversation is, quite frankly. I have no idea.
We were talking about the presuppositions of Christian churches and their translations within the Bible, and how it doesn't align with the Messianic and Greek. It just doesn't make sense.
Oh, the prophecies of the Messiah.
No. The Messianic texts and the Greek lexicon.
Okay.
It's hard to derive, say, the King James out of that. It's really hard.
But yeah, they managed it.
Well, yeah, they managed it. But, you know, humans are creative.
Yeah. You're saying they had to go out of the way. It's not the natural way it should have happened.
I'll give you an example. In the story of the Tower of Babel, where in the King James it reads same language, that's really sloppy and lazy. It'd be much better to write terminate or final language, because that's the actual idea, is a final language, like the last one. See, but if you translate it into the King James as last languages, but you're writing in relatively late Middle English,
that makes
then
no
you
sense.
Can't say that.
Yeah, you can't.
It doesn't make sense in history if there's other languages after that, but you just called it the terminate language. So they didn't. They said same language, which is bad.
Yeah.
So it's my impression that a lot of these translations, a lot of them get messed up, mainly because the translators probably don't know the context in which a lot of whatever they're translating falls into, right? Like if you don't know the perspective of the people of the region, right, or the people back then view things, how can you really give a super accurate, translation?
Right.
Right.
Good point.
Well, the problem is a lot of it is subjective. Sort of, it can be seen in multiple different ways. And you're right, like you'd have to know the context of the thing, but nobody has the context of that time because we don't live in that time anymore. So we can kind of estimate and take educated analysis of what we think it would have been, but we can't know for sure, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I think,
sorry.
I think at least the folks who have some kind of like, whether they're ancient like recordings or whatever, at least they who have been studying it for hundreds of years, like the people at the source, so to speak, right? They would most likely have the context, right? And I think, I don't know what you call it, Richard, like the app that you use, the application that you use where it shows like whatever that's written in English, right? And then it shows you the translation. Like, I think that every single person who is a Christian or who wants to become or who's interested in it for whichever reason should have one of those, right?
Are you talking about like a Strong's?
Huh?
You talking about like a concordance?
I don't know the correct term for it. It's the application
that's the book that has all the meanings and definitions and explains everything. It's called the concordance.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I think everyone should have access to that, right? Because at the end of the day, right, it'll just kind of go back to where, even during, I guess, early Christianity, where everything was just written in Latin and, preached in Latin, and obviously it was just there to control people, right, and to destroy previous cultures and stuff like that. So, with that in mind, I think we should, and everyone owns a cell phone, pretty much, right? So they should make that free and accessible, so people can get a proper understanding of whatever they're reading. Now,
well, I did my part. I just put links in the side chat for exactly those things: an interlinear Bible by Blue Letter Bible, and a direct translation of the New Testament word for word without interjecting anything at all, which makes it chunky, but it's what was originally there as far as we know. Mark, would you keep these cowboys wrangled in while I go smoke a cigarette?
I'm right here.
Right.
Yeah.
I just made some coffee. Actually,
we're good.
Batman and everybody else, I looked under apps, and I found Strong's Concordance, Bible and Strong's Concordance, Bible KJV, Strong's Concordance. So there are apps. Just have to download it on your phone.
But they're not the only concordance out there, are they?
Well, no, it's the most commonly used. It's the most
famous, but it's not
really what someone needs is all the definitions in Hebrew next to them.
Yeah,
like Richard, and then they can find the real definition instead of what King James made somebody change it to so the priest was happy or whatever the fuck that was.
But wouldn't you have to have like 3 different languages because the Bible is written in Aramaic, Greek, and
Hebrew.
Yeah.
Well, the New Testament was
you would have to
have
each one for each one.
Yeah, well, depending on where you're at in the Bible, yes, you would.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, and I mean, even having that, right? I'm assuming it'll still be a little bit difficult, like getting the context for a lot of stuff in Scripture. So I think, having access. I think what should also be built in is using the people at the source, right? At least their perspective as to what their religious ancestors thought, right, and their culture back then, and why they wrote down the things they wrote, and why they had certain rules and laws and stuff like that. I think those contexts are really important, because if you don't get those contexts, I don't think you're going to really get a deeper understanding to form an informed opinion, basically.
Yeah,
right.
Because they had sayings that were like common sayings amongst themselves at the time, but they don't translate to English. So they had sayings that, like, if you spoke the same language to the person at the time, they will know what you're on about. But once you translate it to English, and we don't know that it's a common saying.
Yeah,
it wouldn't come across. You wouldn't understand it in the same way.
Yeah, because even in the English language, right, there are sayings that people used to say back, 30, 40, 50 years ago, right, that if they were to say it to us nowadays, we'd be like, what does this even mean? So imagine thousands of years, back then, and like Mark said, it's almost like impossible to know, but I think you can get pretty good inference as to, or at least a decent starting point, right? And using all these different pieces of the puzzle, so to speak, you can come to a probably decent understanding of whatever piece of scripture you're looking at or reading.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, you could probably get to a decent understanding. It wouldn't be perfect, and you will get things wrong, but yeah.
If you really want the oldest Bible that we know is the most untainted, that's the 1537 Matthews. That's the one that is the least changed out of all of them.
That's interesting. Can you post the link in the outside chat or whichever chat?
Oh, absolutely.
Take a look at it.
I'll give it to you in the private chat.
I'm getting more stuff to read. I gave away a bunch of books to my local library recently because I didn't have enough space.
Well, you don't have to buy this if you don't want. The link I'm giving you is to it. It's written out.
Oh, okay.
You can just read it from this. Yeah. But it's it's supposed to be the most untainted. I actually bought one out of curiosity, and I made a mistake, and I bought the one in Old English. Don't do that. Very hard to read. Very hard to read. I mean, after you go for a while, you start getting the rhythm. But when the long S's are F's, and you don't know that, and you gotta figure shit out. Don't buy the Old English version.
The Y is a TH.
Give me 1 second.
And there's that.
It's actually the. It's just the.
Yeah. It's like Kanye. It's yay.
Yeah. It's like a thorn or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not why.
That's true. Yeah, there's all different kinds of. I love my Kindle. You can pry my books out of my cold dead hands.
What would somebody back in the day, like has a library or whatever, you're a rich noble with a library, and you're carrying more books than they have in their library around in your pocket, that's just insane when you think about it.
Oh, trust me. I mean, I'm 51. I remember the computer at the college in the computer lounge or computer room or whatever they called it. It was huge. There was 3 of them in there. They were all huge. They took up most of the room. It was blazing ass hot in there every fucking time you went in. People would prop the door open if they could. And it was just the black screen with the green C command. That's what I remember. Yeah. And by the way, those computers were like, hold on. They were half of 256? They were
128.
They were so unpowerful that the old LG flip phones that we originally got when we all first got cell phones, and they were little flip phones, those have more memory in them. Double. Yeah. So now we have, those computers back then would have to be like the size of a fucking trailer park to keep up with what's in our phone right now.
Yeah. It's like, you reckon there's more computer power in, one of those birthday cards where you open and it plays a song?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This has a memory. That memory card. Yes.
Yeah, there's more computing power in one of those than there was that took us to the moon.
Do you remember when they
Moon was
first
only
came out with the
64K.
cameras on those phones? We all thought they were so cool. But it was so pixelated, you couldn't tell what the fuck it was anyways. But we were like, no, that's a dog. No, it's a dog. I know it looks like a dragon, but it's really a dog. You know, it was horrible. Yeah, there's Batman, there's all different, oh my god, there's so many different sources out there. There's different concordances, there's different Bibles. Yeah, you can look up the history on them, and like the Matthew's Bible, Matthew's what was his name, Richard? Oh, you're muted. Hold on. He's not ready yet.
Yeah, it's the work of Tyndale, who is an actual scholar, and then Rogers, it was called the Matthew's Bible. Matthews was a scholar. Rogers just compiled their works.
Right.
And 2 of them were killed by the king, and 1 of them was buttered up and got it approved, and it was first published in 1537.
Cool.
Which makes it about 70 years older than the King James. And less prejudice.
There you go. I just gave them the link because Batman was. I said, you want to go to the least tainted? You have to go back to the 1537.
Well, okay.
Well, I mean, it hasn't been ran through and rewritten 20 times.
Here's the problem. The problem with the 1537 Matthews, you get I don't know how well this is going to pick this up.
Pretty good, actually.
You get like actual beautiful original pen line drawings.
Yeah.
In it, which are just gorgeous.
Oh yeah, they're the whoever the artist was, it was amazing. Especially
that's a Tyndale. That's a drawing by Tyndale.
Okay.
So you get these gorgeous drawings, but if I read this as a modern English speaking person, you're not even going to recognize this. I would read this as Theo are the Nemes of the children of Israel.
Children of Israel. Okay.
Didn't get that.
Yeah. So.
Is that the Old English version?
Okay, so they found it boring and non-academic to spell the same word the same way in the same paragraph.
What the hell?
So they'd purposefully spell it differently the second time.
Oh, I've heard of that, yeah.
Which will fry your brain.
Yeah, they spell the same word differently.
Can I just say again, white men are stupid. Like those old white men are stupid.
Like they were total show-offs. They were
fucking idiots.
And if you had 2 S's in the same word, right? The first S appears as an L, and then the second one looks like a Z. That'll mess you up.
Yeah, that'll make it tricky.
And they had specialized conjunctions, symbols that meant an entire word. Like the word "and" is a capital letter A with an extra roof and slant with an extra crossbar.
Mm-hmm. A lot of it's confusing. It is. Yeah.
And it took me about 2 weeks to go, okay, loosen up the brain, what is this doing? And a little bit of analyzation, and finally I can read this at almost full tilt. But not quite. I can't read this as fast as I can read, say, modern English.
Maya said, I don't know why people like the KJV. It's not a great translation.
You know, it's not. That was put out by a church. If you are not of that church, there are a lot of presuppositions. Okay, let's talk about presuppositions and biases and how it. And thank you, Mark, for the smoke break. And how that flavors the Bible.
He didn't even talk the whole time.
No, pretty much didn't.
Well, that's a moderator for you.
I'll take the credit though. That's fine.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if in the Greek you have a conjunction, because in the Hebrew you don't even have them normally, unless it's specialized for a specific reason. They just left that out. They didn't put in conjunctions, right? So then even in the Greek you have a choice between and, meaning in addition to, and you have and as in also or separate from. Now both of those came out in the KJV as and then they continue like that, and it looks like they're building upon a topic in the KJV when maybe it should have been separated in two different topics. You see how messy that would be, and how subjective that becomes. So what did they do to decide? Well, they went on church tradition for the translation, which means that whether they thought they were being honest or not, and I'm sure they took it seriously and were trying to be honest, they couldn't help themselves but exercise their own biases and flavor it a certain way. Now, Tyndale was a non-religious dude, and so was Coverdale. And Rogers, who went by Matthews, I said that wrong before. And Rogers, who went by Matthews, which is Matthew from the New Testament. That's the word he chose. He called himself two New Testament names. Those guys were real scholars, and they were non-religious folks, and they thought they were doing a work of man, and it's pretty clean. Although they obviously had religious indoctrination in their society, and you could tell by the way they drew the drawings that they also had prejudice. So,
yeah. I mean, we're all biased.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to add on the Bible. I mean, I don't know that much about it. I just, because I come from the position where I don't see any reason to believe it in the first place. So it doesn't really matter to me that much.
Right.
It just doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't get into which translation is right because I don't see a reason to believe it in the first place.
I'm an I don't careist.
I don't care.
You don't careist, yeah.
I don't careist. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say that a lot of precepts, it seems they choose the KJV because they can make it back up almost anything. So a lot of their sort of pretty, dodgy beliefs, they can sort of back up with the KJV more than others.
But it's also the most familiar. Like for the US, that's the most familiar version. The Bible's in the hotel, they're King James version. Like that's what's handed out. They hand that out to people. It's always KJV. So that's why most people try to use it, because it's the only one they're familiar with.
Okay.
Not that it's going to do them any damn bit of good from a Christian perspective, but.
Hello, Nisha. Good to see you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Nisha.
Nice to meet you too.
Hello,
Nisha. Brother. Hi, Mark. Hi, I am Batman.
I'm Batman.
I'm a Bat Levi.
I am Batman. I am Batman.
Batman. Anyway, what do you think, Nisha? What do you think?
What do I think about
KJV and why presuppositionalists like it, I guess?
I don't know. I'm not ready to answer that yet without blowing up the spot.
Look, Nisha, in your own time, it's cool. Just trying to include you in the conversation. Is there anything you want to add? I'll just take over Richard's stream, by the way. Like,
I'm allowing it. It's fine. I mean, I know how to kick you. I don't want to.
Yeah, well, you probably should.
No, I'm gonna jump in when
yeah, whenever you're ready, that's fine.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm just trying to find an opening, but yeah, I don't. The KJV, I don't think is accurate. Hold on.
So my contention mark is if you agree, and you don't have to, but if you agree that if something is true, you would want to know it.
Yes.
And that is if it has value in reality. You'd want to know that the thing has value in reality, right?
Yes.
Now that is not claiming that necessarily the Bible has to have value in reality. It does not have to. And everything should be subjected to investigation.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, the truth of a proposition is different than having value in reality. Like, there's many things that may have value. Like, so if I'm ignorant of crime kind of thing, that could have value. Because I'm not worried about being robbed or something like that. But it doesn't mean that that's actually the truth of what I believe is the truth kind of thing. So I think that what has value and perhaps what is true are two different things. I mean,
but I'm talking about things that have value because they're true.
Have value because they're true. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that knowledge in general does have value. And if it is true, sure, I think the truth does have value, yeah.
Right. Just like we produce newspapers, not as much as we used to, and people will purchase them, read them once, throw them away. Right? So what that is, that's paying for information that's valid in reality to inform the reader. So we apparently do value information as long as it's valid.
Yeah.
Well, some people do. I do. So yes, I do.
Not everyone. Good point.
Yeah, for example,
I prefer everything that's lies and invalid, so I can be swayed in weird directions and not know my ass from my elbow.
Some people do prefer to live in blissful ignorance. That is a thing.
I swear to God, don't they? You know what it is? This is what I think it is, and I include Christians in this. People get into this like rut, and it's not great, but they get used to it, and because they're used to it, it's familiar. So it's not new. It's not my life just changed. It's familiar, and they get stuck in that familiar, and I don't even think half of them fucking believe what the hell they go and say amen about every damn Sunday.
That is
I don't think they do.
I don't
want to detract from Richard's point.
It's like an abused woman that stays with her husband. She's not staying because she likes to get beaten. She's staying because she's afraid of the unknown without him.
Well, I think that's a bit more complicated than that. But yeah, you have a point, absolutely. But I don't want to derail.
Well, I don't know. I think I have more of an opinion about that than you do, Mark Reid.
Okay, well, I mean,
let's just leave it at that.
You can have all the opinion you want. It doesn't necessarily make you right. But I don't want to detract from what Richard was trying to say.
The point is I've been in that situation, since you're going to make me say it. And I've been the abused, beat to shit, kidnapped woman. So I'm going to tell you, that's what the problem. I've talked to a lot of women in my life, and that's what held them back from leaving that guy. It was nothing else. They were scared. They were scared of the unknown.
So
this was a constant, and it's easier.
So one of the problems I have with the Bible is outdated information, and how we today in the 20th century don't have the mental capacity to update the information, not in the Bible, but in our understanding. And for example, Paul's letters. One of the issues is, because I'm in anthropology and archaeology, is his grafting, because basically it's a compilation of his letters that he wrote to the churches. And so I don't know the exact date of these letters, but maybe Richard, you can fill me in on that. But basically he's saying that Jews are cut off and Gentiles are grafted in. Well, here's the problem. The information is dated. They're not a closed society. There's 3 type of categories, and I'm not even talking about the subcategories. And the three type of categories of Jews are Middle Eastern, Oriental Jews, which I am part Oriental Jew, Sephardic Jews from Spain and Portugal, and Ashkenazi Jews from Europe. So this letter he wrote umpteen thousand years ago saying that these people are not grafted in is dated because they don't live in a closed society. We're connected by planes, trains, automobiles, ships. We have been intermingling this seed for as far as our research went in anthropology, we could trace it back at least 200 years families. So when Christians regurgitate they're not grafted in, they're saying it one from an ignorant standpoint because when Paul says the Jews have to be grafted in, which Jews are you talking about? Now we got to get into the subcategories.
So are you sort of also saying sort of when does a Jew stop being a Jew? Like how much dilution of the blood and then they're not a Jew?
Yeah, like what? How do you categorize Jews, first of all? And then two, how do you categorize them getting grafted in? Because anytime you ask a Christian about grafting, they'll show you a plant and slicing the plant and grafting it in a tree. We're not talking about that. We're talking about sex and reproduction.
Right.
And so that letter is dated. And it's okay to test the apostles' letters to see if they are true or not. And those letters are not true from an archaeological standpoint and an anthropological standpoint. But if in the hands of an ignorant Christian, they are delaying that process because if you repeat something enough, the lie becomes the truth. And so now they are repeating this stupid lie that Jews are not grafted in when they're all over the continent. I just named the main three categories and I just named how I got grafted in. So we have to test these letters because they are dated. We're not still riding horses in the air, in the space. You know, some people think that Jesus is coming back on a white horse. We all know mentally white horses cannot survive in the mesosphere. What is it? The mesosphere? We know these things. We have dated information. It doesn't mean that the Bible is wrong. It just means that we holding this information are not doing it justly. And that's my problem I have with interpretations of the Bible.
Interesting. Well, I think your objection is justifiable. That you can't look at it and today and say it applies today without considering how things have changed. Right?
Exactly.
That's totally a logical.
Yeah.
And Mark, what's that?
Oh, that's the problem with biblical literalists. They have to take every single thing in the Bible as true.
Yeah.
So it's like, now, are you guys in the marriage bed? Do you know there's no grafting going on the planet? They can't take that stance, but they do.
Well, it's also
a reasonable objection, yeah.
Telling atheists they're not atheists because the Bible says that everybody has it written on their heart kind of thing. It's the weirdest kind of thing that you could ever do, but that's what it says, so that's what they say. It's very strange to me.
Well, that's a Terry argument where they took two different parts and idea parts out of context and put them together and made a new context out of it.
Among precepts, it's very common.
I know you're I'm not saying you're wrong that they do that. They do that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you can't logically justify in doing that. You shouldn't actually do that because now you've just rewritten what it reads. Now personally, I take it as not being historic but prophetic. And the term Jew is only a general term to mean believer, and the term Gentile is only a general term to mean non-believer. After all, when the Bible was became canons for the first time. It got collected together, and they said, okay, this belongs. There were other religions in existence, and they were aware of it, and that's in the canon that there were other religions. But you're never going to hear one of them named and argued with. That's not going to happen, and I'll tell you why. It's because that's considered Gentile. It's considered a non-religious position to be of some other religion. So there's only two real groups mentioned, Jew and Gentile. That's it.
Yeah.
So what they're talking about is whether or not you believe in the right God, not whether or not you were born of a certain people.
And in my archaeological findings, the Gentiles, because they said, Israel went a-whoring after other gods. The Gentiles had way more gods than the Jews.
Yep.
I mean, they had pantheons dedicated to all types of gods. And then there's another thing that is dated information to me is when Paul says, cast out the bondwoman, and being part of the circumcision. Now, you sit there and you say, but wait a minute, Paul, you're a child of the bondwoman. You were circumcised. You were under the law. And you claim you do what you don't want to do, but you do, even though you don't want to do it. So it's like, how could you say you are part of these people, but you're not part of these people, and then exclude it for these people that you're not part of, but you really are? So you look at things, and I'm grateful that I did have a biblical understanding, and then I was pointed in the direction you need to certify these things, there's archaeological facts, there's anthropology studies that back up that this grafting and this whole singling out because there's only one race. We can confirm that scientifically.
Yeah.
To say that there's two races and two gospels is heresy. And that is the reason why we have issues today.
Okay, so I'm going to object to two things. The word heresy only means you don't align with that church's dogma. And in fact, since everyone understands it differently, I'll go with the oldest dogma that's longest standing, Catholicism. You could go to church as a Catholic all your life, say 40, 50 years, be sitting beside someone, and they've been there 40, 50 years, and they understand it differently. And if you talk enough, if they talk enough, the other one becomes a heretic. Okay? Because they don't understand it perfectly the same. So what's the meaning of heretic? It's a meaningless term. It just means that whoever you're talking to doesn't agree with you. Is that meaningful? Not really, because they could be wrong just as well as you could be wrong. And my second objection, Nisha, is if you say something like the Bible contains a falsehood, say Paul, right? Well, now you have to figure out which parts are false and which ones are not. Now I got questions about your own possible biases, and are you just getting rid of that which you don't prefer?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is the whole grafting when I started off is dated. It is old information. It is not applicable to today.
That's true.
So are you saying when we repeat that, is that not a heresy? That's not my bias. I'm just saying facts that we can prove that we don't take the time out to prove, but we repeat it. So what part is not a heresy? Is it because we are willfully ignorant, or we're just ignorant and bliss?
Right. Okay, so my argument is this. I'm sorry, go ahead, WildHeart.
No, you go.
So my argument is this. If we insist, like Dr. Joshua Bowen in his early early adulthood, insisted that the Bible has to be historically correct to be valid. Okay? And he went to seminary, and they taught him what they knew about the history of the Bible and the history of the area, in where he learned that it's not historically accurate. It's not. And of course, the Jews don't follow the Christian tradition because they were neighbors with these people, and they have within their society social memory, where they go, wait a minute, we did not kill off the Amalekites. We never did. We know that. And the Amalekites confirm it because their next door neighbors go, no, we never had a war, guys. That just didn't happen.
Isn't that a problem? Isn't that a problem, Richard?
No, it's not a problem. It's a problem with the historicity. It's not necessarily a problem. But it does speak against the historicity of it. Aside from that, there are made-up, whole cloth towns, people, events that we know just did not happen. We can't find these towns. They don't exist. Okay, so now I have a decision to make. Is it false because some of it's obviously made up? Historically, it's false. Okay.
Well, that's not the question, Richard. The question is what parts of it are made up if some of it is false? How do you determine what's made up and what's true?
It doesn't matter because it's not history.
Okay.
It's not history at all. It's never intended to be history.
Okay.
Which is why you have philosophical Judaism as a major sect of Judaism. They don't think it's history. They think it's trying to teach you a deeper meaning. It's only using some historical events as examples, which is what I think is true.
So, but how can you rely on it to teach you things if some stuff in it is obviously incorrect? Like, how do you then? What's then your methodology for saying, well, this is reliable or sort of good information for me in my life?
Right. Right, I understand the question. Okay, so let's dismiss historicity because it wasn't intended in the first place.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. No, that's
okay,
fine.
now, even if it's told as a historical event, what's the historical event about, and what's it talking about, and what am I supposed to learn from this sometimes supposed, sometimes actual historical event? Because that's the real meaning, is what is it teaching, not did so-and-so lay with so-and-so and have a bastard child. That's irrelevant. Okay? But instead, what's the underlying message that makes an overarching narrative throughout all of the stories that is true in reality? I'll give an example of one of those. The biblical story of the Exodus, we can show that we have found groups as small as 12 people, or about 12 people, that did as a group cross the Sinai. Okay? And we know by the kinds of cloth that was woven that they ended up discarding along the way at campsites, and by the kinds of animals and plants that they packed with them, and the kind of trading that they did when they got across that journey, and the kinds of things, trash they left behind going back, what people they were from.
Right.
And it wasn't 3 million, approximated, Jews at any point crossing the Sinai. It just didn't happen. Okay? So I can say, historically, the Jews did not escape slavery and cross the Sinai. We know it didn't happen. And besides, if the story was meant to be thought of that way, they wouldn't have gone into territory controlled by the same Pharaoh. But in the story they do, and that doesn't make a bit of... You didn't escape, you just went to another part of your slavery. That's all you would have done there. That's dumb. Okay?
Right, but you sort of said sometimes historical and sometimes accurate.
Yes,
oh, sorry,
but
sometimes...
I'm telling you a non-historical one.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I have a question. So, should you take the Bible by default as being made up, and only when you can confirm the historical events, should you treat it as historically accurate?
You should treat every piece of literature that way.
Yeah, just presume that it's made up, and so you
presume that it's made up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, until it proves itself true. Okay.
Including everything online.
Yes, everything everywhere. There's a famous quote online. There's no lies on the internet, and it's signed Abe Lincoln.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
It's one of my favorites for sure. Okay, so what are the words in Exodus? How do they fall? What's the overall structure? And if I translated all the words as they did not, what would I end up with? Well, actually, you end up with a truth, a declaration of a human condition, which is true, we can show is true in reality.
What's the human condition?
The human condition is that we learn things.
Well, wait. I don't. What are we learning?
So I'm not human.
Well, that's because I haven't told you. Okay, so, all right. So it's a reasonable question. You're just kind of jumping ahead, and I'm trying to go slower than that. Okay, so like the word Egypt means limitation. If you translated it, if I'm going to quit saying the word, but for the first few times I will. The word Pharaoh means a divider. Israel, to wrestle with God. The total area that we are now calling the Sinai is discordance. The desert, specifically on that side of the Red Sea, is agonizing. The word media means to make an argument. So when they fight with the Midianites, that's representative of making arguments. And then, of course, I'm skipping through kind of fast so you don't get bored. They go to the promised land. Okay? Now, it is absolutely true that in academia, when you approach a topic, for say you go into college, right? You are literally divided from those who have that knowledge. And because of that, you cannot work in those same job skills, and in that way you are limited. That's true, right? But if you see that there's the possibility, that is, you accept the guide, that guide can open for you what you cannot open, this impassable thing, the Sea of Reeds. No pun on your name. And when you enter into college, you have old ideas. That is, when you think you're right or you're enlightened, is when you're following a pillar of smoke, something that's useless and will only choke you. And when you realize you're in darkness is when you're following a pillar of fire, that is something you can cook with and it will keep you warm and it won't just choke you out. And that's the same as learning the truth of biology from the professor whom you trust, your guide, who is leading you through this, trying to point out when you're in darkness and when you're in light, when you're just choking on smoke and when you can cook food with it. So you're in this discordant situation and you're agonizing. And people literally do that. In fact, at some point, and in the story, some people go, hey, should we really have left? Should I have left my ignorance in my old neighborhood and started trying to become a biologist? Was this even a good idea? And that struggle goes on, but your guide, your professor, is going to throw you a little bone here and there. So here, have some quail. Have some water. It's not all manna, and it's chewy and it's not very delicious. And I know you've been trudging a long time here, but you're going to make it. I can tell you that because other people have made it through college in biology. Okay? So they present their last day. Finally, I'm going to skip over some. They present their final arguments. That's the same as say a dissertation or a final exam or something like this. These are your final arguments. This shows you do understand the topic. You are now in the light. And you have crossed over, which is about the same as graduation, and you're in the land of promise. You've reached the goal. So it's literally a learning process, if a person looks at the structure and the words contained in it. And yes, humans will really do all that stuff, every bit of it that's in there. The whining, the complaining, some are encouraged, the old man dies, the young man is born. That really does happen. Thoughts?
Well, I think that's highly subjective, to be honest with you. I think that people's learning experiences sort of differ, and I don't think that may be true for everybody. So, like, it may be true for some people or most people, but I don't think it's some universal truth that you've sort of got hold of there.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because people learn differently and they have different experiences. Some people go throughout university and they don't experience all of those things.
Right, but there's groups in the Jews, and it shows where, you know, some of the people did this and some of the people did that. I mean, it doesn't get specific down to the human individual, but it does talk about the general experience, even breaking it down into some smaller groups.
Okay, well, I guess that's one interpretation of it. I've heard a lot of different interpretations of that, I suppose. But...
So another thing, I was on Bruce's channel. WildHeart was on the panel, and he was talking about the Amalekites, how they were mating with beasts. That's another.
What?
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
Yeah, that's another flaw, because humans, and this is not limited, okay, just to this person. A lot of Christians think like this when it comes to Nephilims and stuff like that. They really think humans mated with beasts, and we have no fossils. Even if you gave the argument that they were destroyed, we have no fossils, nor is it scientifically capable of happening where human can have sex with an animal and create a chimera. But a lot of Christian thinking is like that. And
yeah,
so,
I'm afraid you're right.
You know, it's disgusting that they actually think like that. And
well, it's to excuse what they sort of did to those tribes, because they sort of talk about going and killing them, basically. So they have to have a reason that's not, hey, we want their land, which was probably the reason that they did it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not even good justification for the actual history of the Hebrews, and the Hebrews know that.
So for example,
it's not even a good explanation or justification of their acts, because they know they didn't make those acts.
Yeah. So for example, like my old high school, the school mascot was the Bulldogs. You know, and you look at these historical sites and these archaeological finds, and you see these animals. What's the difference between my high school, which back then they called temples of learning? We don't call them temples today. But what's the difference between my high school mascot being a dog and then them interpreting these animals on these old buildings that, you know, are thousands of years old, and then they're drawing this conclusion, well, they were worshiping this bulldog. Who's to say if they find my old high school 2,000 years later and they go, oh, well, they were worshiping bulldogs and they were mating with them?
That's according to Megan Lewis and Dr. Joshua Bowen, it's a long-standing joke within archaeology, which I know is your specialty. I'm not trying to disrespect you or tell you something, but I'm telling the audience that whenever they don't understand something exactly to your point, they just say it was religion.
Right. No, you're right. There's no disrespect. And
I'm going to take off, people. I will catch you later.
Yeah, actually.
Thanks for coming by, Mark. Have a great day.
Late.
Bye, Mark.
It was nice seeing all of you, brother. I love you. I'll see you soon. WildHeart, keep going, buddy, and quit picking on Ox. And dog is a word. Check in the private chat. It's in the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody. I love you guys.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Okay, so Nisha, I mean, I'll confirm what you're saying. And it's some kind of long-running joke that whenever something doesn't make sense, they say, "Oh, it must have been a religious thing," right? And they can't necessarily show that.
Right. And so I have a problem with the Christian folklore of people having sex with beasts and making hybrids. That's a joke. I have an issue with Christians singling out a group of people who we don't know. WildHeart could be a Jew for all I know. You know, so it's like, how do this information is so dated and it keeps being repeated, and it irks me because there is a essence of lack of knowledge, and these people are stuck in the 1940s and 50s with their thinking. Even in school, we get our books updated. Did you notice that? They update our books. Okay. But we have this same book, and even though men write their own books against the Bible, I don't really go off that. I do expect a level of Holy Spirit to teach them that, hey, I'm reading this and this is not applicable to today. Something should trouble them in their spirit and say, this ain't right. But we don't have that. We don't have that conscience running around.
That's where you get into, the human mind being able to categorize things and separate them. And there's plenty of brilliant religious people all across the planet who sectionalize and say, okay, well, my job is this thing, my religion is this other thing. They're non-overlapping magisteria. I just keep them separate in my brain, and I don't try to analyze the religious thing the same way I try to analyze machining.
Right.
Right. Where I don't do that. I use the same standard for everything, and I feel, and evidently it's true, it works for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the more honest way to do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's consistent, first of all.
Yeah.
It's not making unnecessary categories and compartmentalizing and exercising cognitive dissonance in order to keep a belief system.
Yeah. And even with women, you will have a lot of people.
What do you mean by even with women?
Well, okay.
Even with women.
Well, let me rephrase that. Okay, so for example, women.
Okay.
If you speak about women being in heaven, the first thing a Christian man will go to, I guarantee you can try this experiment, because I do, because it amazes me every time when I do it. Their mind goes to Tammuz, the Queen of Heaven, Diana. They pick the worst characters, and the purpose of that is to discourage you and make you feel some sort of way about even claiming you have a heavenly inheritance. And I don't have a problem with it. I don't give a shit, but my whole problem is that they do it on a general level to all women.
Let me show you the part of the text that they're ignoring in that. I don't know of any Christian who thinks that the promised land is a place on the Gaza Strip. Right? They think the promised land is heaven. And then when you read the text, it reads, when you take the promised land, you're to subdue it and what? Multiply and fill the land. How do you do without the ladies?
You can't.
Just how do you do that without the ladies?
You can't do it.
Hashtag sausage fest.
So, here's my problem though, Richard. Do you believe the resurrection is for the earth or for heaven?
The resurrection is for the earth or for heaven? I don't understand the question yet.
So we have the hope of resurrection. What is the purpose of the resurrection if there's no new earth to resurrect to?
Good point. I guess you just poof into outer space somewhere?
They're missing a stop.
To be fair, we're going to get new immortal bodies, and we'll be able to will be able to survive, I guess, in space. I don't know. It sounds like torture to me.
Well, I'm gonna bicker a point. It does not claim immortal. It claims eternal.
Yeah.
And the difference is whether or not the thing could be killed. Now, I think that, and this is some eisegesis, I can't show all of this, but the implications of a perfected, quickened, vivified body is not that you'd automatically be able to survive outer space like a tetragrade. That's not what it means. But instead, you don't age and you don't gain health problems with time.
Yeah. So you can die. If someone came up to you and stabbed you, you would die still.
Vampire rules. It's pretty much vampire rules, WildHeart.
Yeah.
If you stab an angel through the brain, you killed that angel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do damn much damage.
Yeah. There's no natural damage to it. It's just they can be killed.
Yeah. So
no natural damage to it. No. I'm gonna say no aging, and they've defeated all diseases. Those are the only claims.
Yeah.
So my problem is there's going to be a new earth and a new heaven.
Yes.
And these two bodies are going to be married, not the people. Here's my problem.
Go ahead.
We don't talk about the new earth. We just talk about the heavens. And I personally, I'm going to be vacationing on the new earth, and I will have access to the new heavens.
Maybe the new earth is Alpha Centauri?
So
okay, actually the Bible mentions where it's located. It's not Alpha Centauri. I can show you that it talks about the location of it.
Do tell us your star map.
Love to. And you left out 1/3 of the equation, Nisha. Once I point this out, I know you'll recognize this. There's not just a new heaven and a new earth. There's also a new Jerusalem.
Isn't that the Jerusalem is the new heavens that will be descending like a dove? That's what.
Okay, but it reads that our home is the new Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we won't be inhabiting another planet.
Well, how does that work when it says
it's a spaceship and we live there?
Okay. Now, I do not disagree with that. Okay. But that spaceship will be visible from the new earth.
Will the spaceship be visible? I'm going through my Rolodex of Bible whenever you say something, okay? Could you state that as a positive assertion, please? Say the same thing again.
So the new Jerusalem will descend
onto.
You will be able to see it from the new earth. Let me pull up that.
Are you sure that's the new earth, or are we talking about this earth?
No, this is the new earth.
So I, John, saw descending from God's heaven the new Jerusalem, dressed as a bride, prepared for its husband.
Mm-hmm.
Which do you and I at least agree that's Jesus? That he's the husband?
No, because you need to look at Isaiah 62:4.
This is where Christianity gets hard. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you pull it up, or do you want me to read it?
You can just read it. Everyone here trusts you to be able to read.
Okay, hold on.
This is not Alabama.
Oh,
Alabama was so boring. Oh my God.
Sweet home Alabama.
Okay. So Isaiah 62:4 says, "No longer will you be called forsaken, nor your land named desolate, because Jesus said, 'Why have you forsaken me?' But you will be called Hephzibah, and your land Beulah, for the Lord will take delight in you, and your land will be his bride. For as a young man marries a young woman, so your sons will marry you. And as a bridegroom rejoices over his bride, so your God will rejoice over you."
But you don't think Jesus is the first groom mentioned there?
I think it's talking about land.
Okay, read it again where it says about land. Read it again, please.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go back. It says, No longer will you be called forsaken, nor your land named desolate, but you will be called Hephzibah, and your land Beulah. For the Lord will take delight in you, and your land will be his bride. Now, Rich,
Pause. Which Lord?
that's capital. So we're talking about Christ.
I'm just asking you interpretation. So Christ, and what's the next words after Lord, the end of that sentence?
Will take delight in you, and your land will be his bride.
There you go. Stop right there.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Okay.
The area itself will be his bride.
Yes.
Talking about Jesus. So Jesus is wed to the whole land.
So then that would make him Jerusalem?
No, that would make him over Jerusalem. He will be the judge of Jerusalem. Does that make sense? Yes. Because the word there is like judge, governor, caregiver, those kinds of ideas.
Also, what does Beulah mean? If you look up Beulah.
Good question. Why didn't they translate it?
Beulah means, what does Beulah mean? Married woman.
And the other word that they didn't translate?
Hephzibah?
Yep.
Oh, I know that one. That means my delight is in her.
My delight is in her. And she is what?
And your land, it says, move up.
And then the word Beulah.
And your land Beulah, for the Lord will take delight in you, and your land will be his bride. Right.
Okay, so it confirmed itself. It said the same thing twice.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. Okay, which repetitiveness is good for clarity and necessary for some Hebrew phrases. What's that?
It sure is. You're right.
Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so we can say something like the people inhabit the land. The whole land is married to Christ.
Mm-hmm.
It's fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So where is Christ going to be that this land is if it's the new earth? Does that mean Christ is on the new earth, or does Christ remain in heaven?
Let's go to the New Jerusalem. Let me see.
Yes.
Scripture.
This is all very interesting, by the way. I'm enjoying this.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Because if your brain's not calculating out what these things what these things mean within context, this all sounds like fan fiction.
Yeah. No, it is good. Yeah.
Okay, so it goes, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. I saw the holy city, the New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband.
Okay, so that says the same thing twice. So you found a second witness. Good.
Yes.
So that the New Jerusalem is the bride, that is the land that Jesus is married to, right? And the people are to take the New Jerusalem, yes?
That's in the next sentence. You want me to read that?
I know. No, go ahead, read it.
And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, behold, the dwelling place of God is with man, and he will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them as their God.
Amen.
See,
okay, so they're going to habitate together. What's that?
I said I didn't hear no woman, so I don't know, Nisha.
Oh, you stop that. It means mankind, right, and you know it.
I'll behave.
Now, Odean, I know you may not like this very much, but you are given the feminine gender in all of this speech. Sorry. In fact, there's no males mentioned. It's all bride.
Right?
So,
exactly.
So now that goes, if you can help me put that in words, Richard, is Christ going to be dwelling on the new earth or ruling from the New Jerusalem? Because the New Jerusalem has come down.
Very good. Very good. That's exactly the right question. Would you agree with me right now, God or the Lord rules from heaven?
I agree with you on that.
Okay. Would you agree with me? He's not residing physically in any way on this planet.
No. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Okay, so it's the same situation as this. It's a repeat. Okay, so it's just like this again.
Okay. Because it
Fair?
says, the dwelling place of God is with man.
Yep. That's those ascended into heaven dwell with God, and the Lord rules over the earth, and that will happen again.
And so I don't have a problem with saying I have dual citizenship. I'm going to vacation on the new earth, and I will be able to approach the throne.
My problem is you're on vacation on the new earth right now.
I kind of am.
That's what you're doing.
Big vacation.
Well, you've done well making sure that the necessary supplies are there, and you've done well not abusing those supplies, and you've found yourself with a little bit of excess that you bless others with. I've noticed you do that, so I'm not making that up. And you are living in some kind of some level of wisdom and knowledge and application of that wisdom and knowledge so that your life is okay, which means you did a good job. That's what that means. You were a growed up.
Can I simplify all that? Nisha rocks.
Nisha rocks.
Yeah.
And I like this WildHeart. This is the WildHeart I first met.
Yep.
She is. Thank you.
Everyone prefers this WildHeart, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Anyway, back to topic. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, thank you. Cheers.
So. Yeah. I am already operating in that. And I wish more. I try and share. Like it says, we're rich in Christ. I try and share the riches of Christ.
Yes.
But unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand me.
Well,
but that's okay. But that's
so,
okay.
Okay, so it's just evidently true in reality right now that there is no heaven here. And that the Lord, if he exists, is not physically here reigning. And that when we leave here, we go into the place that is promised. And in that land, he will reign over all that land and assign himself responsibility like a good husband. Okay, the idea of marriage, right? To the whole land, which of course the people living there are included in that. But he's not like directly marrying a guy. It doesn't mean that.
Yeah, I like to call it husbandry because
that's where the word husbandry comes from.
Yeah, it's really cringe when I hear men saying they're going to marry a male god. So I like to use the term husbandry.
That's why husbandry is used throughout the text to explain these things. In the parables of the grapes and the vineyard keeper and the grain fields and the harvest and all this picturesque speech, making a tapestry for us to understand. And I don't. Yeah, it gets rid of some of the weirdness so that you understand the weirdness shouldn't be there.
Yes, it's totally weird to me.
Yeah. But it does make sense that if I said something like the sitting president of the United States has promised to be a husband to the people.
Yes.
Now, whether he does a good job or not is another question, and I haven't seen one of those since JFK. But anyway, I don't think we've had a good husband in a minute. Yeah, but it doesn't mean I'm married to the president per se. It just and when Christians say stuff like that, yeah, it kind of
it's cringy.
It's kind of a feeling comes with that.
Now these ships, I have seen them.
You did, and when?
In 2016, I saw.
Okay.
If they were to appear now, they would totally tear up Earth because of the gravity and the size of them.
Now, actually, I've had this same vision, and you're going to later meet your sister Caroline, who also had this vision, and the Jews have this vision called the blood moons. That these are literal things that are real in reality, like you could lean against it and it would resist your weight, okay, like that kind of real. And that they're red in color, spherical in shape, moon and planet-sized objects, which all of you here already know is this drawing behind me, okay? And the Jews called them the blood moons, which is not a bad way to say it. But if you took it as a literal blood moon and started counting them, trying to figure out when stuff's going to go down, that's not going to work for you because there is no blood red moon. The blood moon is actually orange. It doesn't fit the color of jasper. That actually doesn't work in reality. We never see the moon that color. And it would actually take a catastrophic dust emission into the atmosphere event to cause the moon to turn red. Like you'd have to be in a major volcanic eruption or something like that.
I didn't see it red. I saw it looked like a pearl, but it was planet size. Now, did you
that's
see
fine.
it? Did it have its own atmosphere on the inside?
Yes, it has atmosphere on the inside. Oh, and then let me tell you how Carolyn described it in her visions. She saw the moon itself as you normally see it. But the moon isn't real. It's full of real human beings. It's actually a starship. And they're hooping it up, and she wants to go live there.
Yeah. No, it's pretty neat on the inside.
Something like that. Oh, yeah. Like Star Trek is stupid. It's cool. Right? Is that the impression you get from it?
Oh, yeah.
Right on. Okay, that's the same impression I get. It's high tech.
Yes.
It's a good living. Like they're all living in high cotton. All of them.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it is there. They got it figured out. The whole supply chain, the whole you have to get off the planet so you don't have restricted resources. They got it all figured out. They're good. So you're not the only one to have that vision, just so you know.
Yeah. And it was more, even though you describe it as a vision, it was like I was actually there. I was looking at the architecture designs, and I was seeing
You want to talk about brain construction and operation and the difference between perception and reality?
Sure.
Okay, first of all, if you experience a thing, that's because there was electrical signals in your brain parts, right?
Yes.
Now, those electrical signals physically happened. That is, there was a physical experience. There was. And in that way, I don't care what you experienced, in that way, it was absolutely real. It was physical. It was. It happened. Okay? Now you got to switch from there into cognitive processes. How does your brain process the thing? I want to argue you that your tongue has never tasted, that your eyeballs have never seen, your ears have never heard, and your skin has never felt anything ever. And I can prove that. Because your skin cannot process the feeling cold. Only your brain can process the feeling cold. Your tongue cannot process salty. It doesn't have a separate brain. Your brain perceives salty. You see my point?
Yes.
Okay. So everything within the brain is real in actuality, and your brain cannot perceive the difference between physical and that which the brain perceives as physical. There's no difference.
Well, I believe that was our original tongue, how we originally used to talk, our mother tongue. Because if you look at the stories in the Bible, before we had cell phones and pigeons, these people would get the messages directly from God. And in one situation in the Bible, he went to the door and the guy was already there. He said, God told me to come here. And he was like, God told me you was coming. But because...
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. We see that with cell phones. We see that with phones all the time.
So we had this technology before the cell phones. The cell phones is a mimic of what we originally were doing.
I believe so.
And so, like, for example, my grandma, she passed away. Um, she used to call me and she used to say, Tanisha, I had a dream about fish. And I used to be like, God dang it, I'm pregnant. And she was right every time. Every time. The elders still had a connection with God. But as the cell phones and the laptops and all this stuff amped up, that stuff dialed back. And those people.
Yeah, we start depending on the physical technology instead of the natural
Yes.
technology.
And the government know dang well about this power that we possess because they have utilized it, and they still do.
Well, I'm afraid, Nisha, that sounds conspiracy theory-like, and also can be confirmed to be true.
I know,
mean,
because
our
my dad was
choices.
military.
Our choices here. I was too. Our choices here are the following. A. Military scientists are so bad, they can't figure out whether or not something is working at all and whether or not they should invest more time and money in it until 20 years has passed. Are you freaking kidding me? How bad are they at science? Or maybe these programs, which we can show were in place, which we can show had an effectiveness rating, which we can show were falsifiable, were in place for 20 years because they were producing. Maybe that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If anyone doubts that such programs existed, you can look up the following names. You can look up, let me gather some names from my memory. Go ahead.
I was just
respect, Mac. Yeah, that too. Absolutely.
That's it.
Ingo Swann, spelled intuitively. Sorry, my brain is not a very good one. So close. Tip of the tongue. Just got to relax.
It's a consciousness researcher. Is that what
you
mean?
Yeah, that's what it is consciousness.
Right, that's what we're talking about, is communication directly between living beings through consciousness.
Yeah.
Cool.
I.e. remote viewing. That's another keyword. You can look up remote viewing.
For sure.
That's the only way I know the word I know. I don't say it because immediately people think, oh, this is a conspiracy. But that's because they're ignorant. They don't know. But yeah. My father told me they use that a lot in the military, the remote viewing.
Joe McGonigal. G-O-N Eagle. Joe McGonigal. He's done public displays of double-blind surveys where he drew what was in a yet unselected package, or what he drew what was selected from several packages, none of which he got to see assembled. And here's the funky part. He made his drawings the night before in his hotel room, before the folders were created.
I still do that.
So actually he was able to, and I can test that all of you are able to.
Yep.
Taste into what is outside of your body. It's like tasting with your brain. And as long as you have a target to taste toward, you can taste and get impressions of images and colors, which you can use to do drawings of things that will exist, which absolutely cannot be done by just this chunk of meat in my head. It takes more than that.
Yeah. So you'll get a lot of pastors that'll tell you that these gifts have subsided, they're no longer operating. And that's just their ignorance because they don't know. It's not that they ceased, it's just we stopped doing it because we got the cell phones. And the cell phones are what God used to use before that time.
And I'll actually try to compel Mac to recall in his memory that we did a double-blind remote viewing session, including an atheist, in fact, a hardcore atheist, one Ronan Kanushi, where the hardcore atheist, once he stopped drawing pictures of the inside of his grocery store, had more positive hits than anyone else in the room.
Yeah, Ronan, if you're using Ronan as a test subject, I will question your methodology.
No, it's not. See, but that's the interesting part. It's not about the individual's honesty or intelligence. That's not it.
Right.
That is not necessary. You do not have to be reliable or brilliant or educated or anything. You don't have to be any of those things.
Yeah, but Ronan. Seriously, Ronan.
I'm afraid I'm just telling you what happened. Mac was in that experiment.
Yeah, I remember I got really frustrated because I didn't have very good results, or I didn't experience very good results. Well, and then Ronan did, but he didn't accept that he did. So
yeah, he obviously did.
We both got upset for different reasons, you know.
Ronan got upset because he was successful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Started saying crazy things. Like the man actually said it was what I was asking them to remote view, which PJ was the other person who was in on seeing what was in the folder.
Yeah.
So I shared it with PJ on his channel, and then you guys remote viewed it. And what it was a picture of a actual flower bed outside of a house in Santa Fe, where you could see some of the building of the house and some of the building, which is probably a greenhouse or a barn or a kiln, or it's kind of hard to tell in the shot what it is. But Ronan drew 80% of the structures. He actually did. And he had reference points to put it in New Mexico. He had a roadrunner, that was one of his drawings. That's a very southwestern animal. And he had long straight roads. That's highly typical of this area. And you don't get extremely long straight roads going toward a mountain, that is so far away until you get into big sky country. And then you can narrow that with the roadrunner. Now,
whoa.
Go ahead.
But were the mountains in the picture? Was the roadrunner in the picture? Was the long straight road in the picture?
No. Those things were all peripheral. Those aren't in the photograph. No.
Yeah,
but he did. But he drew them separately. But he drew them separately.
Yeah,
right.
Richard asked us to draw a series of images, like to draw the first impression and then put that aside, start over and draw another first impression. Basically, like it was a long exercise, probably about 30 minutes we spent on just sitting there and receiving whatever images came to our mind and trying to represent them.
So is that not just playing the odds? If you draw enough things often enough, you're going to get close to either the picture you're representing or something that represents the town that it's in.
You have it backwards. I didn't say 80% of Ronan's drawings made sense. I said 100% of them made sense and were in the photo. Except for the two things that he drew at the end of it separately.
Yeah.
And those were references to the area.
Right. So can you explain why Mac wasn't successful?
Probably
how wrong was Mac?
Well, actually, Mac wasn't completely wrong. He drew a bird's eye view as if he were above an airplane passing over. And he drew buildings with no real definition because he was too high up. So I can give him a 1 out of 100 if I can give him that. That it was buildings, basically.
So what is the correlation? Is Ronan just a better remote viewer? Is it his skill that you can you learn it?
I think you can't learn it, but you can refine it.
Yeah.
Which, in my experience, refining it means stop guessing, let it come to you. That's what refinement is.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, we never picked it back up. Speaking of people failing to continue things, we never picked it back up, and we could any time. In fact, WildHeart, you'd be more than welcome.
Yeah, I would like to be in on that next time. I would like to have a go. Yeah.
So let me just tell you briefly what I did, just so you understand this mechanically.
Cryptomeria is interesting.
So you understand that I'm following a double-blind survey. Okay? Okay, so single blind. I'm not you.
Yeah.
Fair? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. These are absolutely opaque folders.
Yeah.
Okay? These are also opaque and go inside those folders. I'm sorry, envelopes. So then in the envelope, what I do, and this is one of the ones we've already done. What I do is I take a definitive photograph, like this one, right?
Yeah.
Where there's a singular topic.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the topic is. I just cut it out of a magazine, right?
Yeah. Just a random.
And put it in the folder.
Yeah.
Right?
Just a random picture.
So just singular object something.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter what. And then I do a sketch of it, and I write the major aspects of it on another sheet of paper, because some people do this in words instead of pictures.
Yeah.
Okay? And then I do only colors, because some people get just colors.
Yeah.
Okay, but if they get all the right colors out of all possible colors and they describe them well enough, I'm going to call that a hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fair enough.
All right. Yeah. Then we put it in the envelope. We mark the back of the envelope. Yeah. And we call it some alphanumeric or some kind of sign thing, right? Yeah. And that's the only way that we think about the envelope, is by its identifier. Okay? Yeah. And then, in a relaxed, comfortable state where you're in no physical danger, where your bodily needs have been taken care of, we take a writing implement or drawing. It depends on how much of an artist you are. You can use anything you want. It's fine. You can bring out your whole paint set and a canvas if that's what you prefer to do. It doesn't matter. You can bring out just a pencil and gray paper. It's fine. Doesn't matter. See, because you may not have colored pencils, but you can write the word green, and you can qualify it by saying Kentucky bluegrass green.
Yeah.
Which is a specific kind of grass and a specific color.
Yeah.
But the more specific, the better. And then in a relaxed state, the person simply say, I would like to know what's in envelope Q35.
Yeah.
Just literally as a question, what is envelope Q35 contain?
Yeah. And
then impressions come, usually for most people, quite immediately. And are almost never a complete picture, so you have to do it repeatedly, which is why I had them doing it repeatedly.
Yeah.
Okay? And you can get overloaded with information and miss stuff. Like watching a movie of a basketball team and not realizing someone in a chimpanzee suit just walked in front of you.
Video.
It's just too much information.
Yeah.
And you're concentrating on one thing. So chunking it up into small sections is better.
Yeah.
For a brain like mine, I know it's better. And then, if a person has only impressions of colors, they need to be specific, and the colors need to match. If the colors don't match, they don't match. Now you have a scoring system. Because if someone says, I saw a big plate of Kentucky bluegrass green, right? But what is actually there is fire engine red, they were objectively wrong.
Yeah, that's a fail.
That's a fail.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you've got a grading methodology, and I'll tell you what the grades normally turn out to be on your average human. I've done this with a drunk Frenchman in Santa Fe who was just walking by.
Yeah.
Like 1:30 in the morning, and I know for a fact that of the picture, he got a percentage rating of 15%. I know that.
Redundant. Drunk Frenchman is redundant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's like saying barely legal.
Yeah.
You already said too much. Okay.
Sorry. I actually love this story. You expounded on the drunk Frenchman once and how flummoxed he was. It actually maps onto Ronan really well.
It does.
Yeah.
Ronan had the same reaction as the drunk Frenchman. Yeah. Peace and respect, Nano Diaz. What's up, Josh? Yeah, Josh is a local colloquial nickname for me, just so you guys know. And I like it because it's less pretentious than Richard. So everybody around here knows me as Josh, but that's way and aside from the point. Okay, so I just heard a ding. Is that me or you guys?
Sorry, that's me. Yeah,
it's
sorry.
No, just let it ding. Don't worry about it. I just won't comment any further on the noise. Okay. So you have a grading methodology because you can see the kinds of aspects they're pointing out, and you can count literally the physical aspects or whatever kind of aspects. Say there is a total of 20 colors in the picture, right?
Yeah.
And they accurately mention 10 of them, right? And then they inaccurately mention one. What's their score? Well, gosh, this was really easy. Okay, so it's a 40%. But out of all possible colors within the color spectrum, in all photographs everywhere, what's the likelihood of them getting 1% right?
Very slim.
Yes. Okay, so it's mathematically deniable to say that a Frenchman, by accident, draws the entire fuselage of an airplane when the picture is an airplane.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just mathematically highly unlikely. And if you try only once to draw the airplane, and you draw the airplane, and the picture is an airplane.
Yeah, that's massively unlikely.
Yeah. There's no way to justify it other than communication happened somehow.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I did look at the picture before the drunk man, right? And he could have been gathering the information from me. So, now we have to ask the question, was I careful to not give him any hints at all? Yes, because I don't want him to be biased. I want it to be a pure experiment. So I don't use any leading words. Like, I never said anything like, oh, you're French. How did you get to Americans? I avoided questions like that.
But can I suggest, if you don't look at the picture either, that will make it more. It will make it more. And
I've done that.
You've done that as well.
And you can do that tonight.
Yeah.
All you need is a book you have not looked at that would contain some pictures.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
And then estimate the number of pages that are in there. And then get yourself into a comfortable place. You need to be comfortable. This is so important.
That's true.
And do not guess. But simply ask the question. Literally ask the question. Form a question in your mind.
Yeah.
Just like, where did I leave my lighter? Yeah. In that way, form a question in your mind like you're asking yourself. And select a page. It doesn't matter what the page is either, as long as there's that number of pages or more in the book, right? Doesn't matter. Let's say you selected a high school science book, and let's say that you selected a book on biology, so you know there's going to be photos in it, not maths. No photos on maths, because that doesn't even make sense to even ask. And you say, what's the photo? You ask the question in your mind, what is the photograph closest to the top of page 59?
Yeah.
Then you take pencil and paper, and you draw the impression you get. Whatever don't worry about what it means. It doesn't have to mean anything. Okay? And then as soon as you're done drawing that, you ask the question again, you get another impression, you draw that. It could be colors, it could be shapes, it could be a silhouette, it could be a lot of definition of just a piece, a small part of it. You might think you're drawing something big when you're actually drawing something very, very tiny. You don't know, but you don't worry about it. You just keep doing that until your brain goes, you know what, this is boring.
Yeah.
And I can't do this anymore, and I can't hold my interest, and I'm really done. Which Ronan held out quite a long ways for, actually.
Yeah, I can see that.
He had like 10 drawings.
Yeah.
That's pretty good for it. I mean, he gave it an honest try up until the point that it started to show out. And then he started denying. He gave it an honest try. Now, the inside of his grocery store is not pictured in a magazine that I'm holding in my hand. Okay? It's not.
Yeah.
And that was the first thing he drew, and that was silly. Okay? Because I didn't investigate him, I don't know where he shops, and I didn't go and find a photo of something in his local... which he was, if you think about that, he was exercising his own bias in thinking I could have done that.
Yeah.
Like I was trying to prove it'll work by doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's never going to happen. Yeah.
I'm not that dishonest. Sorry, Ronan. You're that dishonest, accusing me of being that dishonest. That's what happened there. But you just continue as long as you can stand it, right? And then after that, you stop. Now, it'll be evident if you drew a bunch of puzzle pieces and they go together. That'll be evident because you drew a bunch of puzzle pieces, which sometimes people will draw fractals. Okay?
Yeah. That's what I do.
It'll be... What's that?
That's what I do. I gather my
fractal?
information. Yeah, I get pieces and then I put them together. And a lot of times I get the information before somebody else, and it was something they needed to hear, or they actually was doing it at the same time and we was on the same page.
I've had it happen. Yeah, sometimes it's not for me at all, which is fine as long as it's valid in reality. Like I have drawn things I had no idea what I was drawing. It meant something to the other person I was drawing it for. They knew exactly what it meant.
But the other objection I will bring up to it is just like if you draw 10 pictures, are you not just cherry picking the bits that match the picture once you've seen it?
Let's find out.
Out of all 10 pictures, and then ignoring all the bits that don't match it.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I have a highly unlikely item to be near a computer. Do not relax. Do not concentrate. Do not worry. Do not forget about the worries of your day. Go stand in rushing traffic with a piece of paper and a pencil, and without doing any of it in the right order at all, go draw the object.
It's a ship. It's a ship.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely just like a ship.
Yeah. See, I was wrong. I was thinking of like a ship.
It's a transmission pick.
Yeah, so I was very, very wrong. So what does that prove? Does that
It proves that guessing don't get it. Would you like to do 40 more of that same experiment where you don't do this right and you think you're going to get the right thing? You want to do it again?
No. But, all right, so in order to be scientific, it would have to be disprovable.
Yes.
How do we disprove this hypothesis?
Okay. How many objects are there?
Billions, trillions.
How many?
Yeah, just innumerable.
Too many.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What's the likelihood that you would draw the correct object?
Very
a 1 in whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
I admit you will never, ever, ever in science and philosophy, blah, 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 get 100%. But by gosh, you can get real close.
Yeah.
But we don't require in real life 100% for anything.
But what is there a way to disprove?
Yes.
This.
They would get none of it right.
But I've just done that. I got none of it right. I said a ship, and it was
Good job.
Yeah. So does that mean that I've just disproved?
You just had a failure. Good job. We just showed it's not bias.
No, but you said if you get it 100% wrong, which I did, that would disprove the theory.
No.
I got it 100% wrong, so I've just disproved the theory.
No. What you just did was you disproved the not theory. Because you did stuff that is not any part of this.
Right, so I did it in the wrong way.
Right, which means it failed when it should have failed. That was an expected result for me.
Right. So when you say if you get it 100% wrong, you have disproved the theory. You have disproven that particular experiment. It didn't work.
Crypta got a hit, Richard.
What did she do?
Thinking something metal and pointed.
Well, unless she's a liar, then she was thinking something metal and pointed, and this is actually metal and pointed on both ends.
Yeah,
it's really good. Sharp. Actually, it's kind of dangerous. You could put an eye out.
WildHeart, I'm gonna take a stab at this. Yeah. So Nisha and Richard both report this phenomenon happening to them regularly, and productively. You don't. I don't either, by the way. Just for the record. I kind of have an inkling of what they're talking about, and I'm very interested in it. But I don't. Yeah, and so I don't mock it or anything. I don't think that they're liars, you know. But if you had that, and then approached it from that sincere, like, really asking, maybe not someone, but actually asking, like, as if the information's outside of you and you're seeking it, like the way you normally ask for information, you know. If you actually engage with the process in that way, I think is what Richard's asking you to do. It's a different process than guessing, and I think it's that process is facilitated by understanding that this is a possibility. And, you know, you guys can correct me, but I think that's the experience that you're sort of standing in when you're talking about this, right? I mean, I think that might be why I didn't do well, is because I engage in my imagination in a very deliberate way, and I know what that process is like, and for me that's not a conversation. That's with anybody but myself, you know. And so to externalize the question, I can't externalize it to my own imagination. I can't imagine the answer. No, I can't.
And that's a mistake.
It's still me. Right.
You can't externalize something to your own imagination. That doesn't even make sense there. Right. Okay.
Exactly.
But can I just say, I was only bringing up, like, I was questioning it, like, in it being a scientific theory. I'm not against the theory, and I'll try it out and do everything Richard says and do it honestly.
Yeah, I know. You weren't being dishonest,
Yeah, I was just trying to point out the possible flaws.
But what if you, instead of just saying, okay, it's a ship, which was probably the first thing that came to your mind. I'm not disputing that. I think you're being honest about your experience of that impression, you know? But I don't think you said, hey, what is it? What is it on Richard's desk? Which is what Richard said you need to do. You need to articulate the question as if it's from to an external source, you know? Not to yourself, not like whatever first image. It's not free association. It's distinct from that, you know? And that's a subtle distinction. I think it's important.
To be fair, I know what he's saying, and he did say that. But he said on this occasion, don't do that. He said don't relax. He said don't.
He did say don't relax.
Yeah.
I did.
He did say don't do it the proper way.
Right. I expected a failure. I wanted a failure.
Yeah.
We got an expected result. It's the same thing as saying, I want to produce precisely 1 cubic liter, right? 1 liter. Sorry, that was bad terminology. I want to produce 1 liter of hydrogen, okay? Now, in order to do that with an acid and zinc, I need a certain kind of acid, I need a certain amount of zinc, I need a certain molarity of the acid, I need a certain amount of time, I need a collection method, I need all of these things.
Yeah.
Now, if I mess any of that up, I should not produce. In fact, it's impossible to produce 1 liter of hydrogen from the experiment.
Yeah. But then when I asked you what would disprove the method, and you said if you got it 100% wrong, and I did get it 100% wrong, and then you said, no, that doesn't disprove the method.
100% wrong following the experiment.
Following the experiment the way it should be done.
Right, like if I took the right molarity and the right amount of, I think it's hydrochloric acid, and I poured that on zinc in a closed container with a balloon attached to it. Say I created a vacuum, I put the balloon on. All of this is in a vacuum chamber, and say it's in I don't know, it's in a flask of some kind. So I have all the right stuff. And it doesn't produce that hydrogen. Well, that shows that either A, I made my measurements wrong, right? It could have been human error. That's possible, right? We have to consider our own biases. That's a real thing. Or it could be that doesn't produce that amount of hydrogen. It could be that.
Yeah, but you got Mac to do it presumably in the correct way, and he got 1%.
Yeah.
Is there that much difference between 1% and 0%? Are you saying that if he'd got
not much.
0%,
he effectively got a failure. He failed completely, and he knows that.
But he was doing it under the right method, so does that not disprove the theory?
He just said he wasn't.
Yeah, I don't
know if you were listening to Mac talk 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, he said he can't distinguish between his own imagination and.
That's right.
So this is a gum sealed.
Yeah.
That's gum sealed.
Yeah.
It's not just the binder clip, right? And it's totally opaque. I mean, I can here check this out. This is a really bright LED light. Like I don't even know how much the camera can take. I'm not going to point it directly at the camera.
Yeah, you could.
Here, I'll point it directly at my face. That's how freaking bright it is. Hey, this is friggin' opaque, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
It's really like you ain't gonna see through that. Nobody can see it. I can't see through this.
Should I get some paper, Richard? I want to get some paper. Are we about to do this? All right, give me a sec.
Yeah, I'll get some paper.
Okay, take your time. Get your favorite drawing materials, including what to draw on, what to draw with.
This is all very interesting, by the way.
The freaky part is it works. That's what's wild about it.
You know what's funny is that I remember I used to have, well, I still do every now and then, but I would have dreams, and these dreams would come true. And what I used to do was that I used to write down the dreams that I have. Right, I can remember my dreams like pretty vividly, right? So I used to write them down, and when they actually came true, I actually went back to my notebook and I was like, "Oh shit, this actually like happened. This is weird." Let's see.
I mean, I've had Odean. I've had like several experiences of this and tested it out several times. Using information provided by other people, using information that, in my mind, I was very sure I had not attained to, such as a brand new magazine that just came out and is on the store shelf. And I know I've never bought it before because it just came out. And done this sort of thing, or people requested of me, which I don't like being a performing circus monkey. I find that insulting, okay?
Fair enough.
And I know that's a pride problem, and I should get rid of my pride, and I know I'm failing that way. But I find it insulting when someone says, "Dance for me, monkey boy." Okay? I don't like that.
You should take it as a compliment. I do.
Yeah, I don't. And I can't seem to choose to take it as a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, I met one of my ex-girlfriends. Well, I saw her in a dream beforehand. I described it to one of my friends, right? Described her to one of my friends, and eventually I met her through my friend, right? So we were mutual friends. I didn't even know she existed or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
And we ended up dating for a couple of years.
Wow.
You know, so that was, and
Hope
she
you
didn't
guys
believe
had a great
me.
time together. I hope it was at times a great experience. I hope it was.
Oh yeah, it was pretty good.
Okay, so the folder that I've just shown you is actually one of 5 folders that are pre-prepared for just this kind of moment. Now, Mac will tell you, Ronan will tell you that I made those folders months ago. And I am also, if you know me at all, I'm not good at abstract symbols such as numbers and letters and combinations thereof, and remembering what they mean, i.e., I can't tell you what's in Isaiah 4:13. I can't. Yeah. I have no idea. All right? And this is another example of this. Using symbols, 3 different symbols. I've identified each of the 5 envelopes, and each of them have a shape, and then a letter, and then a number, and either 3 or 4 of those. Okay? Right. Yeah. But as I'm looking at them right now, I'm going to count them on the... See, I'm not telling you which one's which. Notice that. I'm going to count them on my right, 1, then 2, 3, 4, and 5 to the left.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going to do. All participants will say a number, right, including 1 to 5, and then we'll add those together. We'll divide that by the number of participants to derive our number.
Right.
Is that a reasonable way to choose it?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many participants do we have? 2.
It's 1 through 5 we have to pick?
It's 1 through 5.
Okay. I'll play it alone. I'm on a NyQuil, but I'm chiming in.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm excited to see how you do.
Odean?
Yeah. This will be interesting.
Odean, you doing it this time? You declining this time? It's fine either way.
Yeah, I'm declining right now. I'm making some dinner.
Okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, we have 3 participants. Mac, a number including 1 and 5, anywhere in 1 to 5.
3.
And that was 3. And WildHeart?
4.
4. Okay, 3 and 4, 7. Everybody agrees 3 and 4, 7. Nisha?
5.
5. 7 and 5 is 12.
12. Yeah.
12 divided by 3 is 4.
Yeah.
We're going with folder
number 4. I win. Let's stop it there. I win.
Okay, so here is... I want to get the light angle pretty good for you.
Z.
Okay, so this, as you perceive it, however you perceive it, this should be a note at the top of your page. Doesn't matter how you perceive it, just however you perceive this, this should be a note at the top of your drawing. Just do that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm going to... Because this is the way you have to do it. You have to keep it in sight of the camera at all times. What can I get? Maybe a piece of tape. I'm going to get some tape. I'm doing the best I can. If it's slightly off camera or some point or something, I'm trying to keep it in your view. I'm going to put that tape right there.
So if I could take a stab
and I'm going to put
Richard.
this. I'm going to put this. Is that in camera shot? Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's perfect.
Okay. Does anyone have any reason to believe that's not exactly the same folder?
No, it is. Yeah.
Wait a minute. There's a thing in the way. That's a bad spot for it. You guys didn't tell me that I was putting it behind something.
Behind what? The counter?
Yeah, the counter.
Well, by my perception, the live and the counter is in the way.
Yeah, you got to go to your other right, Richard.
Yeah.
To your other right.
I did worse?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you got...
Yeah, the other way.
I'm looking at it on YouTube. It looks okay on YouTube. For you guys, I moved it the wrong way, and now something's in the way?
Yeah.
Is that right?
The is in the way. Yeah.
You gotta move it
to the other How about here?
That's perfect.
I want to stop.
Yes. That is... Yeah, no.
It's perfect.
Good?
Perfect.
Great.
Yeah.
I don't know if YouTube people are going to be able to see that or not, but well.
Yeah.
I'll check.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm not a magician, guys.
No, that's fine.
That's become painfully obvious because I don't know what to do here to make this work. Yeah, this is... Damn it.
It's alright. I close my eyes. I can still see it. I
close my eyes. I can still... Apparently I got dust on the dang tape moving it around so much. Okay, let me try again with the tape. Crap. So professional.
This is live science on Earth, people.
Yeah.
This is exciting. Yeah.
Mac.
I'm actually in my shop, so there's like dust on everything.
We lost Mac too. He said, "Oops."
Well, we'll see if he comes back. Maybe he hit the wrong button or something. You guys will have to vouch for me that that's still the same folder.
Yeah. It is.
Oh, here's one way I can show you that it's still the same folder. A little bit of confirmation. Here's the rest of them. The one I showed you originally, and 2,
yeah,
and 3, and 4. Don't try to make mental notes of those. I'm just showing you the other 4 to show you that's the other one that's not the other 4, but the 5th one. Which seems kind of silly unless you think about it scientifically. Because I did drop it out of picture frame, and I apologize for that.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Which structure?
Oh, there's Mac. He's back. Get you back in here, buddy.
Thank
Return
you.
of the Mac.
Sorry.
Okay. So before we start, we have to do a process of elimination to make sure that we can do the experiment.
Yeah.
And all of you need to be able to answer yes to all of the following questions.
Okay.
Okay. Are you relatively sober? Have your bowels and bladder been vacated recently and you're physically comfortable with that? Have you eaten recently enough that you don't feel really hungry and distracted? Because that too would be a negative thing. Okay? Peace and respect, Midnight Sparkle. Get to you in just a minute. Oh, go ahead and say your piece real quick and whatever you want to say. Go ahead.
No, I just said peace and respect. So continue with what you were doing.
Very kind of you. Thank you. I guess we can include Midnight. Midnight right now we're going through an elimination process to see if a person should not do this experiment right now. We're checking the vacuum chamber and making sure there isn't an old experiment in it, so to speak.
Nice.
Okay? Do you think there's any chance that someone's going to come to your apartment or to your room you're in right now and disturb you during this? Are you concerned with a family member or friend or anything like? Are you distracted in that way by that kind of thing? If you can say no, I'm not distracted. I was supposed to state that in the negative. Are you unconcerned with? Yes, I'm unconcerned with.
Yes.
Should in order for us to continue. And
yes.
And all of the following things: thirst, bowels, bladder, extreme emotional stress. My dad just died. Bad time to do this. Let's see. Also, I mean anything that can be a distraction, and you know what are distractions to you.
That's a big one. I think the emotional thing is important.
I know it's important.
This could be dangerous. Yeah. I think it could be really uncomfortable and scary for people in a certain mindset.
It can be.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm curious.
Yeah.
Just to get
like
rid of
I'm
it,
super interested. Sorry.
I've just had a drink and I need to go to the toilet. So I'll
Okay,
be right
good.
Right
Good for
on,
you.
man.
That's good recognition of your self needs and wants.
For sure.
See, the funny thing about myself and Nisha is I didn't do any of this. It's just I'm breaking down my experience
Yes.
Right.
and talking about what has resulted in failures and what has resulted in success, and come up with a methodology for it. Whereas I assure you, Nisha did this very naturally,
Right.
and just felt like this is breathing air.
Right.
It is
That's
very
right.
natural. I don't even, it just comes and I just save it and store it, and then it makes sense. It's like, oh, okay.
So many people report this connection
Yeah.
with God, this downloading experience, where you get information from God. It's remarkable. Nisha, I don't doubt you. I'm not skeptical of that, just so you know.
It's okay.
I'm envious of it.
I mean, the only thing I will question is to whether it's God or just something
Great
else.
question.
Maybe the universe
No,
itself. I don't know.
No, you're right. We cannot say it's God conclusively. We cannot. You're right. The most that we can say is that information that was valid in reality that we can score and falsify was translated and scored, and scored better than, worse than what we might expect if the thing is true, and that there must be some exterior mind. That's all we can say.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. There have been stories of people who somehow, right? So, somehow got knowledge. There's no, they couldn't have gone anywhere. Like they even said it was like this thing came out of nowhere. I was a vessel for a greater mind. Paraphrasing, but it was like,
you hear it all the time.
Whoa, mind blown. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, I know the benefits of having curly hair is it slows down the sun rays as they hit your head because the coil. So
that's true.
Is that true?
Yeah. So
I want science. I want papers.
It takes 8 seconds for light to hit Earth from the sun.
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Sorry,
Yeah,
but the coily hair slows that information down, so it's not
time dilation with hair. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's heavy.
Okay,
man.
so are we gonna do this thing? Because I'm curious. What are we doing?
Okay, so what we're going to do is a double-blind survey. If you'd like to restart, I'm sure everyone here in seriousness would agree with a complete reset of this entire thing, so that you can be included midnight. Do you think you might want to be included, or should I continue to describe it so you can make a decision?
Continue to describe it, but I do want to do it. I just want to know more about it.
Okay, the idea here is a double-blind survey where random selection of existing objects in opaque envelopes that are pre-prepared months ago, you guys select from, right? And then you guys try to understand through asking an internal question for external information using never your imagination. What's in the envelope?
I do see an envelope behind you, so I got that part.
Okay, well, inside the envelope is a singular object photograph of some complexity. Okay, I don't know what's in there, so I can't even tell you. Okay, but I do know that all of them are pre-prepared as a singular photograph with a central focus of a singular thing that has some complexity to it. Okay? So it's not like one color It's not. And it's not like a ball or a rod or a cube, or it's nothing like, it's got some complexity to it, okay? And these are things, all of them are things that are actual in reality. All of them. Which is almost an infinite number of items, all right? The object is to be in a good personal space, that is vacated bowels and bladder, in a physically safe area where you're not going to be, you're pretty sure you're not going to get mugged, where you're physically safe, you're physically comfortable, having drawing implements and supplies with you of your preference, does not matter what you select, and you use your mental tongue to taste out, I'll say it that way, asking the question, what is in that envelope, by the identifier that's on the envelope. In this case, square, Z, 2 parallel lines.
Square.
Now, we don't have to use that envelope. There are 5 envelopes that are pre-prepared. And we can go through the process of selection again.
No, I won that.
You won that. You did win that. You got the right number in the first place, didn't you, buddy? All we needed to do was ask WildHeart which one to select.
I got another question in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat the last thing you said with the parallel lines?
Yeah, the symbols here are square, Z, 2 parallel lines.
Okay, got you.
It looks like the number 11. It's not, but...
Yeah, that's right.
Because I did draw it as a square. Okay.
Okay. Can you guys not see that good on your camera? Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
A little bit light reflection that way? I don't know.
I see it well. I think.
Would a pencil be better or a pen?
Your
Whatever you
preference.
Okay.
Your best chromiated oil-based paints and brushes and some turpentine and a canvas is just fine if that's what you want. We will wait till you collect your items you want.
Okay. I need 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Yep.
Okay.
Me too.
Take your time. We are in no rush. This is about you, not me. But I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, go get a cigarette, Rick.
Of course, you're gonna smoke that cigarette.
I'm all about these Blick pencils.
I'm all about that bass, no treble.
I've had 1 cigarette in 4 hours, bro. So, you know, try to have some pity on me. I'm gonna leave my camera on though.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so we can see the envelope.
I'm bringing booty back.
Sorry, Matt, what were you saying about the pencils? Are they a special kind of pencil?
It's a Blick. It's a Blick studio pencil.
Yeah.
And it's made in the Czech Republic, apparently.
Nice.
This is a 2B. Sorry, it's a 3B or not 3B. That is the question. And I got a set of them for a birthday a few years back and a book about how to do like sketching and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I realized something about drawing, which is that the more you do it, the better you get at it, even if you're terrible at it at first.
Well, yeah.
And I never knew that. I always thought it was like some people are good at it, some people aren't, like basketball or whatever. Turns out it's not even true about basketball.
I mean, Michael Jordan had to practice a lot to, you know, to
That's
be a
right.
basketball.
Yeah.
So it's not like he, you know, it's not like he was born a genius.
Everybody that's good at anything did it for a lot of times, you know.
Yep.
Anyway, it was a big revelation for me, and I love these Blick pencils now. I get them all the time. They're blue and they're easy to sharpen, and you get a whole set, so they're different, you know, hardnesses, you know. So you can shade with some and outline with some and stuff like that.
I mean, I still need a little bit of time, so I.
It's all right. You got 7 minutes. Richard's having a cigarette.
Of course I do. 7 minute Richard.
There's a ton that can happen in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
How you doing, Midnight? It's so good to see you.
I'm doing fairly well. If you can still hear me.
I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
Just
For
as
some
well.
reason, it's weird.
You're weird. Your mom's weird. Your sister's weird.
Oh no shit, Sherlock. My
That's what
dad.
she
You
said
forgot
last night.
You forgot my dad too. You little bitch. By the way, Mac.
Yes.
You know that was pretty funny. It was pretty funny what you said. What you said in the in the chats a while ago.
You'll have to remind me. I don't know.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? The ex-mayor came
I'm
in
back.
and somebody poured the water on him. Oh, don't you remember?
What? Somebody poured the water on him?
Somebody poured the water. Oh, never mind. I'll tell you when I come back.
Okay, I want to know.
I mean, I don't know if it's top secret, so.
There's no secret.
No, Midnight, you do insist on doing this thing on live streams where you single out one person in particular and tell them something that is private between you two. You do that on YouTube live streams and then expect anyone not to understand what the hell you're going on about.
You do?
I mean, I did it with Pixie once, but it wasn't live.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
What are you talking about anyway?
I don't know. Just forget I said anything.
I don't know any private secrets I have with you.
No, it's not really private. It's just in a chat.
What did I say? Ask me again. What did I say? I'd love to clarify it. I'm really curious. I'm not offended. I'm not ready for a fight or whatever.
I'm not saying you are ready for a fight. I just found it funny that somebody pour water on your mayor.
Water on my mirror?
Mayor, you know, the mayor of a city.
Governor,
yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. No, the former governor of Michigan. Yeah,
former governor.
Yeah, Rick Snyder. It's not the first time it's happened to him.
I mean, that's not really a fucking secret. It's like
no, it's fine. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't even understand what you were saying.
Yeah, well, I started speaking. Okay, so sorry. I'm not talking good.
This guy,
I'm being autistic.
This guy, Rick Snyder, he's
maybe
some people consider him to be like the most culpable in the whole debacle with the water problem in Flint, Michigan. He's no longer the governor. He hasn't been in a long time, but he's still sort of a pariah. And I work at a restaurant, and he was accosted by someone at the restaurant I work at who threw water at him. I guess as like a symbolic
Too bad it wasn't
protest.
poison water. It would have been better if it was. It's fucked up as it is. It would have been better if it was poison water from Flint. How do you like this, huh?
Hey, here's your water.
Yeah, it would have been better if it was some Flint water.
And he's like, I'm melting. Oh shit! I didn't know he was the Wicked Witch of the West. That explains so much.
That wasn't a private like Google chat or whatever, but I don't find that to be private. I actually think it ended up in the news. So it's definitely not like a private event.
Well, okay, if it's not private, then I can say anything.
It happened in public. I just reported it first to a Google chat. I got the scoop.
I don't know.
Who even cares? It doesn't even matter. He's not the governor anymore.
Nothing really matters. Love is all we need.
You know
Everything
what?
I give you.
The screwed up thing about that whole saga, though, is that Flint, Michigan's water is still not okay. Like, they didn't fix it. The new governor didn't fix it. I mean, they're working on it, you know, but in my opinion, this country has plenty of resources to pour into in situations that are, frankly, emergencies that are affecting the...
But they won't, will they? They're little bitches.
The health and intelligence of the children that live in that area, and it's really tragic.
There was some murders behind that too. They killed
right.
That's right. Yeah, they killed that black girl behind it.
Welcome back, Richard. How was your cigarette?
Thank you so much. Probably, maybe bad for my health, but good for you guys. Because this way you can stand my level of hyperactiveness.
It was a nice break for a second. Let's get back to it, though. I am excited for this.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
You have lost control.
Yes.
Midnight, can you go out and have a cigarette, then I can put up with your level of hyperactivity, please?
What?
Can you go out and have a cigarette, then I can put up with your level of hyperactivity, please?
No, I will not smoke.
I guess there's your answer. Okay, okay, so here's the rules of engagement. Please, if you're going to participate, decide to not talk about what you're drawing. Okay? If you need to mute to do that, please mute. Okay? So you know you, do what you need to do. Okay? I hope that while I was smoking, anyone who needed to relieve their bladder already did.
Oh, we done.
Had a
I
cigarette,
did that anyway.
whatever. What's that? You did? Okay.
I did that.
All right, cool. Thank you for peeing. Which
Hey, how did
like
you
a
know
really
what I
weird
did?
sentence.
Sorry, go ahead, Richard.
Okay, well, you said you relieved yourself. It was quick, so, okay, I made some assumptions in there. Okay, so I'm doing my best not to mention things like colors and shapes, specifically, because you'll notice in mentalism, what they do is they suggest what you should think, and then the human mind's going to calculate that, and they will think that. Okay? I want you to notice I'm trying to avoid doing that.
It's called anchoring. Yeah.
Is it called what?
Anchoring, I think. Like in neurolinguistic programming or hypnotism. Okay. Yeah, it's
neurolinguistic programming. I hear I did.
Let's not get sidetracked.
Okay, Midnight cigarette. Midnight cigarette.
WildHeart cigarette.
Second, establish safe words.
Okay.
Seriously. Okay, so try to understand that you are essentially in your mind you're a television screen, okay, or a radio, right? Some kind of audio video kind of thing is what you want to be here. You don't have your own mind. You don't have opinions. You don't have judgment calls. You don't have an imagination. Exercising those kinds of things is a good way to get whatever the hell you want instead of the picture. Now, we all know that out of all possible photographs, your chance of guessing it correct is almost nil. Okay? So it's not about you guessing. You imagining it correct when you don't know what it is, and you can't know what it is again, extremely unlikely to ever happen. So that is a formula for failure. Don't do those things. Okay? But instead what you do is you ask the question, what is in that folder? For some people it's a good idea to note at the top of their scribble sheet the symbols on the folder, to have something in your immediate presence to kind of make it real for you. Okay?
Yeah.
Then you simply ask the question, what's in that folder? An average experience, which individual experience may vary, because you're you and you're not somebody else. An average experience would be something like perhaps a silhouette, perhaps a puzzle piece, perhaps black and white or grayscale, perhaps colors. If you see a color, write out a long description of the color. Be as defined as you can be. If you see a shape, Either draw the shape or describe in words, completely up to you, but describe thoroughly the shape that you taste in this question. Okay? And when you've made excellent notes about it, stop. Do not try to figure out what it is. That's not your job. You're just a television. Okay? But simply ask the question again. Just tune back into the station. Just tune back into that station. Get another impression. Thoroughly exhaust that impression. On paper. Repeat. Repeat until you're just done. You'll know when you're done because you'll lose the desire to continue. At which point, I would ask that you respectfully wait for everyone else to get exhausted. It will not be the same moment. Everyone will be different on that. Okay? Does anyone have any questions at all, starting with Midnight?
It does sound straightforward. To where I asked the question as to what's in the folder, and and it would help to actually draw the symbols on the envelope. If I think of a color, just describe that color, its shape, draw the shape.
Yeah.
And then, after you're done or you're tired, just wait for everyone else. But
did you need to say anything else?
Well, I was gonna say that it would probably help everybody if you could make yourself, if you could make yourself full screen, so we could better see the symbols on the envelope.
If you wish, we'll do that. That's something we can easily do when we get to that part of it. Is that it? Is there anything else you want to say, Midnight?
No.
Mac.
The fuck?
He's typing.
I'm down. I'm ready.
No, I wasn't saying anything to him. The red lights just turned on outside. It just freaked me out.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, no questions.
Anything else, Mac?
Nope. Nope. I'm eager.
Okay.
I'm feeling eager.
Nisha.
Yeah.
Is it a possibility that we could actually pick up something in the other folders?
Why would you want to do that?
What if it happens? How would we know?
I'm trying really hard to not talk about them or any of the symbols on them, and we're going to try to not concentrate on them.
Okay, I'm going to focus.
Okay.
So...
Anything else, Nisha?
Nope.
WildHeart?
I'm good. Yep.
Okay. Odean, I know you chose to decline the participation. Would you like to say anything right now before we begin?
No. Just eating and listening.
Right on. Okay. All right, guys. If you would mute yourself, I'll be able to see that in the backstage, right? If you feel like you have to mute yourself. If you're uncomfortable with muting yourself, please do not. I want you to be comfortable, okay? That's important. All right? Does anyone have anything else to add?
I'm good.
Okay, I'll take silence as a declination. And we're ready to begin. I'm going to put myself full screen. And I'm going to go do other stuff probably because I'm irrelevant here. Feel free to begin as you like. Simply try to be relaxed and try to ask the question, photograph in however you perceive the symbols on this envelope. Okay, if you're not finished, please unmute and say so. Okay, looks like everyone's finished. If everyone would unmute.
Excuse me, sorry.
Welcome back, WildHeart's Call.
That's funny.
That's it.
We missed it, or you, or something. I don't know. All right. The proof is in the pudding, guys. All right, so what I'd request everyone to do is please stop at this time. Put away your writing implements. Put them uncomfortably out of your way, like you'd have to stretch to get it. Okay. And for the next part, you guys need cameras on because you're about to present what you came up with. And describing it with words is probably not going to be very good. Now, I should have said that in the start. If you're not willing to turn your camera on and show your drawings, you probably shouldn't participate. I'm sorry I left it out.
Oh,
Hey, how you doing, little sister?
Maybe
Got an
you should have
award-winning
asked
smile,
that.
Nisha. You should use it as often as possible.
Thank you.
What'd you say, Midnight?
I said maybe I should have asked that. If I had to turn my camera on, I should have been like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to turn my camera on.
Well, I tell you what, Midnight, since you're a skeptical person who probably doesn't think this is going to produce anything anyway, I'm going to leave you to judging yourself for your own biases against the photograph that's actually presented. And you judge yourself, and that's the important thing anyway.
Yeah.
Not everyone needs to testify. It's okay if you don't. All right? But you have to judge your own results. When judging your own results, keep in mind your own biases. Judge yourself harshly. Eliminate as much as you logically can as a positive result. Get as much negative as you can when you're only judging yourself for best results overall. Okay. Who'd like to go first? I bet Mac is most anxious.
Yeah. So I wasn't producing pictures. I was producing words.
That's interesting, but fine.
Boy. Now that I'm looking over the words, they. Okay, so I think the biggest impressions were the original.
They don't have to make sense, Mac. Just say what they are.
Okay. So here's what I wrote. And if you want evidence, here's what I wrote. I've got 2 pages like that. Rocks. Muscular man. Grayscale.
Oh my.
Water and big water. Sand. And then I wrote rocks again, and gray rocks and boulders. So I was getting strong impressions of rocks. Straight vertical lines. And then suddenly automobiles, white automobiles, and gentian. I don't know if you're familiar with gentian. It's a plant. No. It's a flower. It's incredibly symmetrical and otherwise kind of dull, and kind of pink. Also rust and siding. And then my first impression that I didn't write down until the very end was, frankly, George Clooney. That's the muscular man. I don't know.
You mean it is George Clooney, or you think it's like George? What do you mean?
I think it's as close. The closest person that I know that I'm trying to represent is George Clooney.
Do you think it's actually George Clooney?
Yes.
You think it's actually George Clooney? Okay.
Yes. I'd be astounded if you pull out a picture of George Clooney. It would be like,
I can't.
Here we go.
I can't produce whatever's in the envelope. I have no idea.
With a rock in each hand, that would be
Yeah,
amazing.
right. And then I rested and I asked again, and I got a very overwhelming and very different picture of a round turquoise object that reminded me of the sea, and impression of a whale. And at that point, I was actually very emotional, and I put it down, and I said, I need to stop there. I need to stop investigating there. So I don't know, like, if there's a qualitative difference. There was a difference in experience between the two kind of investigations of what was in the envelope. One of them was sort of frantic and perhaps kind of beating around the edges of the idea, and the other one was more emotional and actually sort of like frightening. So I'll leave it at that.
Who wants to go next?
I can go.
I was going to say, nobody wants to go next, so I guess that's the end of it. Yeah, go ahead, Nisha.
Can I reach for my papers?
Yes, your papers, you should have just your pen or writing implement you shouldn't have.
Okay.
So that we know you're not changing it based on what the last person said.
Okay, so
you got to move real slow for the camera to catch up. Super slow.
Let's see. Okay, so that's one, and I wrote down, it blurred words. And then I had this and some words, and then I saw this. Is that, let me see. And I don't know. So it looked like some type of maybe Taj Mahal or castle with these round pillars, and there was grass. I saw some pointy sticks. There was water. There was desert. There was like material that that thin material, and you can see through it. And it's like flowy. I couldn't make out the colors, but I saw flowing material. The colors that I gathered were like a beige. I guess maybe that was the sand or something. Greenery, blue. And then I don't know why this owl kept popping in.
Before you go on, what kind of blue?
Like a dark royal blue, like a really rich blue, like a navy blue.
Navy blue, then? Is that good? Okay.
Yes. And I don't know why these owls. I just saw like owls, and I didn't know if it was Parliament or Egyptian or Sahara. But
Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
Did you write those words down? Are you telling us the words you wrote down?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Just keep doing like that. Yeah.
Okay, and then there was colors of brown and shapes of oval. And then lastly, I saw a gate, but it was like like a fence-like gate.
Okay.
So that was all I got.
Okay. Next.
Wait, can we see the picture of the gate real quick again?
Nisha? The fence-like gate? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if my camera.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Good.
Okay.
Cool.
How about you, WildHeart?
Yeah, mine is very simple. Although I would like to exclude myself from this experiment, I had a lot of trouble distinguishing between what was you said we couldn't use our own imagination or our own, like, guessing. You said we shouldn't guess.
Yeah, you shouldn't guess. That's right.
I had a very hard time distinguishing. So I wrote down, and mine was in words as well, no pictures.
If you don't mind me saying so, I have done this myself several times.
Yeah.
And done like only one view or two views, and then tried to guess on purpose.
Yeah.
And although some small aspect of it may be right, overall it will be wrong. Okay?
Yeah. That was
So,
I didn't write anything down what
if I
thought
could finish a
I
sentence. Sorry, the beginning of your sentence happened in the middle of mine.
Middle of a fucking sentence. Middle of a fucking
Touche. That is expected. That is normal. Still, if you got 10% of this at all, that should mean something. And I promise you it will mean something to someone.
Yeah.
Because we know about we can work out the mathematical plausibility of that, and it's okay. So are you sure you want to decline? Which is fine. Please decline if you want.
No, I'll say what I got as well. It's just I didn't get much. Yeah. So I got clouds for some reason. Giraffe. I don't know.
Okay.
A blue car.
What kind of blue?
I don't know. I got the word blue. I didn't get the color.
You got the word blue. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I didn't see it as a color.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I got the word blue. Yeah. And Romeo. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, it's okay. None of us are supposed to know what this means right now.
Yeah.
Midnight, you're last if you want to participate.
I mean, I'm not turning my camera on, so didn't I say that I wasn't?
Yeah, it's fine if you want to verbally describe what you got or not.
Okay. Well, well, first. Well, first, I don't know why, but I drew like a man with long hair and in a wife beater, you know, the shirts. I don't know what the hell we called him. That's
okay. We all know what you mean.
Yep. And then I don't know why I wrote this, but a darkness that engulfs. A darkness that engulfs the night, causing evil to appear. Then I drew like a weird Star of David, but it's not really a Star of David. Then kind of like a weird shell, and the square that looks like a TV, and then some weird looking hand. I don't know. It's I tried my best to, you know, visual remote view whatever the hell's in the envelope, but I do find this remote viewing interesting, to which I really need to look into it more.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do
well,
find...
you know, it's entirely possible that the words that I'm using and trying not to create biases are not the words that you need. Now, a lot of people talk about this in ways that they understand and the way their mind processes things.
Oh.
I can only describe to you what the way my mind processes things.
No, I get it. Can I want to clarify something. Like you did say that now Midnight, you may be skeptical about this, which is fair, but at the same time, I do believe in the power of the human mind to do things that normal people just don't really know. You know what I mean? They don't really think.
I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, it's like I know the whole 10% thing is just a myth that was disproven. So I'm not gonna use that, but we humans really don't use that much brain power when you think about it. Like, yeah, we use the entire brain, but about 95% of that, it's just our thoughts, right? Like 5%. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing scientists found that the 95% of what we think about is like beyond our awareness.
Okay.
I may need to look into that, whether that's accurate or not, but you get the point. I do believe in the power of the human mind. So I'm skeptical in a few things, but I'm willing to explore new things because I do believe in the power of the human mind to heal itself and to expand and just to reach beyond its limits. I'm done.
Odean,
Yes,
you have
sir.
anything to add?
No, not right. Not right. No, it's funny too because I'm actually finishing up a poem that I started writing a little bit ago while listening. But no, not right now. I'm very curious about the results though. Should be
Odean,
interesting.
are you finished with it, or are you finishing it? And would you share it?
Yeah, I can share it with you guys.
I would so love to hear your poem, dude.
All right, sure. Sure.
Sincerely, yeah.
All right, when you guys are done revealing everything,
perfect.
I will do it after that.
Awesome.
All right.
Cool. Okay, as you wish. Oh, sorry. Real professional, right? Oh yeah.
You're hired.
So smooth. So smooth. All right. Let's see what we got here. We have some specific orange, some specific orange brown. We have colors of tan, brown, and yellow, black, and circles. We have 4 circles, that is to say spheres, sculpted and fuzzy, with bird, insect, X's, snake, lizard heads, with stripes down their foreheads. We have 4 croquet balls, or pool balls, or basketballs. We have 4 spear or arrowhead. We have 4 war helmets in circles, kinds of an ancient nature. We have 8 triangles, 1 side rounded and 1 sculpted side.
Right. Yeah, for myself, I would class that as an epic fail.
So that's
Nisha.
what it was. Interesting.
Nisha, you're muted.
Let's get that focused on Nisha.
I know. Wait, ovals, but I couldn't see it. I just kept seeing like these ovals. And then you said it was a
Nisha,
bird.
even that picture of the owl.
Huh?
Even your picture of the owl sort of maps onto that.
I kept seeing like ovals.
Now, I don't want to exercise too much bias, okay? And I don't know how good of an artist Nisha is. She would have to proclaim that.
There's symmetry. There's roundness.
Wait.
We did talk beforehand about how some people get sections of this, and they don't necessarily get the whole thing.
Nisha and I both got sand color.
I'd like to point out just how owl head that looks.
Yeah.
Any one of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
well, I suck.
The color. Why is my camera acting up?
Because you won't hold still. It's trying to focus.
What color did you put, Nisha?
It says brown.
Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you brown. Yeah.
There.
I had
much better.
And sand.
So like Sahara colors, brown. I just kept seeing like ovals. Oh wow, look at that. The wings.
Yeah. I think you win. If this was a game, you win.
Yeah.
It's not a contest, guys.
Wait, and then there was I kept seeing that again. Let's see if this can focus. Like those
Midnight's
circles.
the only one that said big blackness.
Oh yeah.
Of course he did. What he failed to mention was cock at the end.
Boundary.
That's wrong. I'm sorry. I should not have laughed. I'm sorry, Sparkle.
But that's always on his mind, so you know what I mean?
No. That's always like
Big
your
shot
mind,
there.
bitch.
I wonder where George
Like, it was
Clooney fits in.
I don't think George Clooney fits into this anywhere. I think you have to have that as a -1 to your total score.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we can't do that. We can't do
That's
any
a
George
stretch.
Clooney with this.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
I'm just a fan, I guess. I don't know.
Now, what kind of pattern is that? Is it like symbolic?
this is a piece of artwork. I have no idea what it means.
I think it's beautiful.
It is.
But to me, this does look very Egyptian-ish. It does.
Yeah.
It is definitely colors of sands and rock kind of colors. Very naturally occurring kinds of colors.
Yeah.
That big black background is actually a deep, deep, deep brown. A dark brown. That's what it is. I don't care what the camera says. It has a little bit of a reddish-brown tinge to it, so it's not black. Whoever did this wasn't trying to make black.
Sorry,
Okay?
no, you guys are what?
What is love, baby?
I don't know, you guys. I'm
Frog
getting... I feel like... And by the way, WildHeart...
Yeah.
What was the animal you said?
Giraffe.
This is on my desk right now. This is a...
That is spooky.
Right?
That's not a giraffe, though. That's not a giraffe. What the hell is that?
You said car as well.
It's a pocket knife.
It's a pocket knife that cutesy folds into animal shapes. And it could be in a rhinoceros shape, but it's in the giraffe shape right now.
Yeah, I don't believe that's a giraffe.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't look very good, but it's supposed to be a giraffe.
Nope.
Yeah, but Matt,
Looks like
you
a
said
llama.
car as well. Didn't you have in your notes car? I had car as well.
I had car.
think
I
might
did
be
have
triggered
car.
into
I
that.
had a white car.
I'm
yeah.
skeptical of
I had a
reality.
blue car.
Nobody exists.
I had some bad misses, definitely.
Yeah.
But I had
No,
vertical
okay.
lines and
I think I
horizontal
might have been
lines.
tapping into Matt.
Okay, if you had a color that is not one of the following colors, please write -1 beside it.
Okay.
If it is not an orange-brown or a tan brown or yellow, if it is not perceptually black or a dark, dark brown. If you have some colors besides those, write a -1 beside it.
Okay.
Because those are the only colors there.
I threw my pencil away. You told me to get rid
You
of it.
can't
so I
find
threw it.
another. You can't find another. Or maybe the
He
same
literally
one.
threw a pencil away.
He literally, I watched it. He just winged it across the room. I watched him do it.
WildHeart, what is wrong
I threw
with
mine
you?
too, but it was within.
Right, I'll
reach.
go on. Go back.
However, if you have one of those colors I mentioned, please write a +1 beside it. I don't need to say that, do I? If you have 4 circles or spheres, or singulars or doublets, or 3, put a +1 beside any of that.
I mean, I have a shell.
The only thing I drew, if you can make me full screen, I don't know if you can pick that up.
Well, you're gonna have to hold it still. I'm more than happy to make
WildHeart,
you
look at
full
that,
screen.
dude. What the fuck, dude?
I was trying to draw a cloud.
Dude. Come, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, that's a pretty crappy cloud, I must say.
Yeah. But
other than the lump on the top and the lump to the left,
yeah,
it's a pretty good 45-degree angle of this drawing.
Yeah.
Now, how much of that did you invent? Just be honest with yourself and don't worry about us. You don't have to tell us.
To be honest, I was going to
Can
draw
anyone
it
see
almost
this?
exactly like the picture, but I added that bit on there because I thought
Yeah, I can tell.
it should be irregular. So I
Yeah,
was
because
gonna
a cloud would be irregular, but what happened was you assumed you knew what it was and you corrected it.
Yeah, I was
You
going to
see why I said not to do that.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to draw 4 circles like it would have been in the picture, but then I
Okay.
changed it because I thought that's not what clouds look like.
Hi. Is
See
this
how
good?
human we are?
Yeah.
We are human. I am God. Kidding. I don't know.
Well,
Can
different,
anyone see this?
individual experiences may vary there, Midnight. What do you got? Okay, you got a muscular guy in a white beard, as you said. you've got some kind of swirl there, and it's not five-sided Star of David instead of 6. And there's your television screen. Okay. And I cannot read your writing as it looks like it's reversed by the camera. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Maybe it's not reversed. I can't tell. If you have something like croquet balls, pool balls, basketballs, a bird, insect, X's, a snake-like face, which is about the same as a lizard or bird-like face, stripes downward, especially stripes downward from a forehead area. Give yourself a point for any of those. If you have animals not listed there, or likenesses of animals not listed there, please mark those as a -1.
And I can count the owl as a bird, right? That's a +1.
Yes, an owl is definitely a bird.
I'm winning.
I mean,
What's
in
the
this
prize?
in this sideways conception of if I make it a 3-dimensional object, is which I think the artist was intending, right?
That looks cool.
And so I do the side with this. This is practically what WildHeart drew, by the way. This is very close.
I'll give myself a +1.
It's slightly. You drew it a slightly different angle. That's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Some people see things from above, some from below, some from beside. That's a personal perspective thing. It can vary.
Yeah.
But Nisha, if I do this and you don't see your owl head, I don't know how you missed it.
Well, I still got the point.
Yeah.
Hey, Nisha.
Yeah, she get a point.
I got the point right there.
Yeah, and the prize is a weekend on a deserted island with Midnight Sparkle.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, see, not even Misha wants to be with me.
On suntan lotion. You know what I mean?
But no,
by the way, at this point in the experiment is fully acceptable. Write -1 beside everything you put.
Well, I have -1 besides my life. Wait, that didn't come
out right.
That didn't come out right. But Ox said, "Hey, Midnight, who was the good one? You were drawing Misha, weren't you?" No, that's a dude. What the fuck are you talking about? That's a dude.
Okay, if you have spear or arrowheads, score yourself a +1. If you have something that is elevated like a spear or arrowhead would be, but you have it as, say, a cube, give yourself a -1. Cause that's the wrong dang shape. There's no cubes.
Yeah, get it right.
I mean, I have a square.
Yeah, give it a -1.
Okay,
there's no way to derive a square out of any part of this, except for the outline of the photo. Well, I don't know. Did you draw the background outline only, like a silhouette of this darkness? Is that what you drew? Because you said it was a television. Is it a television?
Yes.
What did you draw there?
The circles form a square too.
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
I can't concede that, Mac.
There's a hard line around the circles, Richard. It's actually not even implied. There's a dark brown line around the vertexes.
Oh, you're talking about the square right here.
Yep, that one.
Yeah, I see that square. It's not implied, it's literal.
Yeah.
So I win.
It is like this.
Yeah.
I just want to be as critical as possible, you understand? I don't want anyone to award themselves points they'll doubt later.
Is Halcyonic in the chat?
Well, I get that.
It's a mutant starfish. Sometimes starfish,
everybody knew that,
don't have 5 limbs. They have 4, and they grow like squares instead of stars.
Midnight accepted. You're the winner.
She showed me that.
Prize.
Yes, there she.
Lol. Force is what a loser gets. I never agreed to be anybody's prize.
Cheers, Ox.
What the fuck?
Love you, man.
Okay, if you have like 8 triangles, especially if they have one round side, one rounded side, and one to each sculpted side. Give yourself a point for those things. And try to judge yourself skeptically and harshly.
Okay,
and then,
say that again.
Then just what's that?
That last part.
I said, you know, the bird lizard face thing that are essentially triangles.
Yes.
If you have some kind of triangular thing or repeating triangles, then I think you should be given a point for that, a positive point for that.
Oh.
And I don't know how well my camera is picking this up and whether or not you guys can see it. But there's these, like, around the very edge of it, there's like these tufts that are very irregular.
Yeah.
I don't know how to score tufts or how you draw a tuft. I don't know how to do that, okay?
Yeah.
But it's there. I want to point out that it is there, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so who's the mathematician here?
WildHeart. Just kidding.
Me?
I'm
I
quite
mean,
good.
I
guess
track
Mac
my own
is.
score.
I'll do it. No, put him in that. I'll do it.
You good at math? I doubt it.
Okay, so if you take your total number of entries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what should you do from there? You should
just add them together.
You should add them to add all your entries together by negative and positive scores.
Right. And then you'll get either a negative or a positive score. It'll be above or below or equal to 0.
Right.
Yeah.
And then a positive score, presumably, the claim is something that's an extraordinarily unusual coincidence. Even if you got a +1, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a justifiable claim. We could go
Yeah,
down
I think
that trail,
actually it is.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Actually, even a 0 would be pretty impressive. But let's see how many. I got a +3.
I got -5.
I got -3.
None of what I drew. None of what I drew was good.
I've got 5 things. 4 of them are negative, and 1 of them is positive. That's -3.
Okay, you have the word cloud.
Yeah, I give myself a negative for that because
Good.
the picture looked like it, but I give myself a negative for the word cloud because it didn't really. It was nothing to do with cloud. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the only plus I gave myself was for that picture. The other ones were negative. Giraffe, car, and Romeo. They're all negative, so it turns out -3.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. See, when I saw what you drew, I felt like you broke the backboard. I felt like it was even, like, I felt like that was, it was all over. Like, we might as well stop talking about this in experimental terms at that point. That was extraordinary, dude.
Maybe I should give myself a +2 or a +3 for that.
I think you should get extra for that, for how close your drawing came. I really do.
Well,
I feel the same about Nisha's owl.
If Nisha's owl is 2 spheres, one of them has a bird-like face on it, and that's what that owl is.
Right.
Yeah. Triangle.
And she gets awarded 3 points for having 2 spheres. That's 2 positives plus the right shape of a face-like thing impression with like an eyeball impression.
Right.
If she gets 3 points for that, then you get 4 points for your 4 spheres that are hitting together.
Right.
Fair enough.
From that, you have to subtract what you added in. The word cloud and the 2 other lumps. You have to subtract for those.
That leaves me with 0. I
had 4 minus
things.
3 is 0 by your math.
No, I had 4 things. I had the word cloud, that's -1. Giraffe, that's -1.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about giraffe. Okay,
That's
so you got a total of 0.
Yeah. So I came out.
Okay.
Yeah, neutral.
As an average, you've got a total of 0.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Which is still impressive, to be fair.
Exactly.
To be fair, actually it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think cloud is disputable too. I think there's.
Well, cloud is talking. Would you say that when you were done or amidst of it, you paused and said, "I assess this as cloud"? Were you doing the experiment or not when you came up with cloud? Did cloud pop into your head, or did you assess this as cloud?
Cloud popped into my head. I wrote down clouds, and then I tried to draw a cloud. But the way I was going to draw it would have been almost exactly like that picture. But I used my own, and I thought that's not what clouds look like. So I added the bit on the end.
That's crazy to me.
Dude, yeah. I'm sorry,
what
but
the heck?
I'm sorry, but you got an overall amazing result of 4 positives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you felt like you should fix it.
Yeah.
When I told you not to do that.
Yeah, I sabotaged it. Yeah.
If we took away your rebellion and your refusal to follow instructions, you'd have had 100% a 4 out of 4. You know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to recognize that if you left it the hell alone.
Yeah. Shit. It would have been a 4-leaf clover. It would have been exactly that.
Yeah, I know. I see that you drew
bullshit.
that.
I think we need to honor Ox's calling of bullshit here.
Sure, absolutely. He added stuff to it, and that stuff was bullshit.
Yeah.
And most of you did add stuff to it, and everything you added was bullshit. Because that's the way the human mind is when it tries to solve puzzles when it doesn't know the answer. It comes up with bullshit. I'm sorry.
Wild is claiming that he would have drawn the 4-lobed shape. He would have drawn the cloud in that symmetrical shape.
Yeah.
Except for he said that's not what a cloud looks like, and so he fixed it.
I changed it, yeah.
I think that's
my initial impression.
Significant. I don't know, man. It seems significant to me. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just like.
Oh, and by the way, those 2 lumpy things you drew on the quote-unquote cloud don't match any of the rest of it. Their shapes and size are completely different.
Yeah, if you can see it.
Now just hold it still. Don't put your hand in front of it because of contrast.
Right, I drew. You know the 3 ones that are symmetrical on the one side.
You can see.
Actually, you drew 4. Yeah, 3 on one side and 1 on the opposite side. You can barely see.
Yeah,
right?
But the 3 on the one side. If I'd have carried on without thinking about it, I would have drawn the 4th one. It would have been exactly the same as the picture.
Hold still. Quit shaking. Pop up your elbow or something so I can see. I want to point out that the lines you drew it at by perspective of the painting is, I mean, it's not perfect.
Yeah.
You drew it a little bit cockeyed.
Yeah.
But overall, you got it 90 by 90 oriented correctly, which is kind of weird in and of itself.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have drawn that extra bit on this side. I wouldn't have drawn that if I hadn't been thinking about it. My initial reaction was to draw it like it was in the picture. And I added that because I'd already thought of clouds.
Well, if ever you do this again, I hope that you'll take into consideration your lack of patience.
Yeah.
Okay.
My general
in wanting to know something. I'm not calling you names.
No.
You have a lack of patience because you want to know an answer. That's a very human thing to do. It's fine.
Yeah.
But the more you do this and the more confirmations you get, the more patience for it you'll have. Yeah. Now, as far as I know, this is the first time you've done this in your life?
Yeah. It would be interesting to do it again. I would like to do it again. Yeah.
So all you need is to not open a magazine. That's all you need.
Yeah.
And just don't kid yourself. Just don't kid yourself.
Yeah, I will try it again. It is interesting. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, guys, that's a 5-hour stream, and maybe we should think about wrapping it up.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thanks, Richard.
You know, win, lose, or draw, thank you for your participation. I appreciate that. It's gonna mean things to other people, not just you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right. You guys want me to read the poem to you?
we are still going to do the poem. Nisha, that gate was junk. I just want to say.
Well, I gave myself a -1 for that, and then for the other thing, but I actually got more than 3 points because you had 2 triangles, which I had, and then you had lines going down, which I had, plus the bird, plus the 2 ovals, and the color.
Yep.
So, yeah.
What was your overall score again, please?
6. Because I minus
6.
I just minus the page. I minus 2.
Right. That's fair.
And then I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, we can all see that easily. And that's because she's done this a lot. Under this kind of structure, I doubt it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm usually not pressed for it, but that was fun.
But
you've
Nisha
done remote viewing a lot.
She wakes up and she's in communication with God.
Man.
She's like, "Hey God, what's up? Good morning."
I'm like, what?
Well, hey, can you tell God to come visit me too? I'm lonely.
You can do it. You can do it.
Get your own phone, Midnight.
And before we let Odean close out the stream, which I would love for Odean to close out the stream with his poem.
Yeah.
But before we do that, I want to say I cannot show what Nisha just claimed, that this is God acting on us. I cannot show that. But as soon as you start talking about information theory, I can show it's a mind, not you. I can show that conclusive in information theory. It can't be something else. Now that's worth thinking about.
Yeah.
All right, thank you all for your participation. Would you take us out, Batman?
Okay, sure. So the poem that I just finished up, it's called "What Is It?" Question. It can't exist with omniscience, though not as great. It is what gives us strength when we fight hate. In a weakened state, it can keep us strong. It also transcends all logic, irrational in nature, especially when we are sprung. We are filled with it while approaching a crush. With love being the goal, we'll get an exhilarating rush. It also manifests in building trust. It is what we hold on to, whether it's for money, love, or lust. You need it to achieve miracles, no matter how rare. But once experienced, we have the urge to share. You know what it is. It is at the tip of your mental tongue. If we all use it together, we can become one. It helps to create heroes, both weak and strong. Hidden or unknown, they are all deserving of historical songs. In a sea of despair and sorrow, it keeps us afloat. When love and bravery fails us, we turn to hope. So hope is what it is.
Oh, I thought